All right, everybody, are you ready to enter the end game? Make the Borg quake in fear? Because I am.
As is Captain Catherine Janeway of the starship Voyager. Let's make it so.
All right, everybody, we are back. We are doing Star Trek Voyager Across the Unknown, Sector 12, Endgame. We got our quantum torpedoes made ready. We got ablative armor, although it should be regenerative armor, but whatever. We got armor mode Voyager. We got those fancy torpedoes that make the Borg quake in fear. We're ready to kick Borg ass. Yeah. All right, let me adjust the camera a wee bit. It's a little better. All right. So here we are here. We're at what? 7660 of 7750. Okay, so we got like 90 we could get. We could go for duranium. Like we could do with a little bit more duranium. Although we do make the uranium. Do we not have a hero on here? Echeb is the only one not assigned. We gotta get him leveled up. I feel kind of bad. We didn't get Echeb until like this last area. There's like nothing we can do to make him more powerful. What are we making down here? We're getting... All right, we're not even needing the duranium right now. We're using tritanium to make Borgananites. 15 turns remaining, and the Doctor should be making the same. Yeah, Borgananites every 13 turns for him. Okay. All right. We got somebody on phasers, somebody on disruptors. Let's check their power level, actually. She's a 71 combat. I think we might want to swap B'Elanna. She's only a 51. Let's swap her with Marla Gilmore, because we never leveled B'Elanna up. He's in the mess hall. Better yet, we're going to put him there. Who else can we put in the mess hall? One food feeds 4. No. And we get what? 6 morale? And if we change that to, say, Chakotay, it's an extra 7 morale, whereas we were getting 11. But we just need to get at least 1, right? So Chakotay there, because he's only a 66 combat. So we have our best hero for phaser rate, for combat, 116. 2 Vixes on phasers. Our next best at 71. And she's only level 8, like... Man, she would have been an amazing character to get max level. But 71 onto our disruptors. Do we have anyone on the Borg cutting beam? All right, B'Elanna. 51. There we go. So we've increased the attack power or attack rate of all our weapons. I've turned off our shuttle. We didn't need it anymore. We're still using more power than we actually have room for, technically. I guess we can turn off the duranium cargo bay, which would be this one. Yeah. No. Okay. E. Boom. Now we're back to having 6 power to spare. We are so built to the nines that we can't really hold more. I wanted to make a cloak. Like, we could make a cloak. We finally got the devices for it. I don't know. If we do another metaphasic shields, that's another 10 shield regen. Shield generators get us more life. If we go Borg, if we had nanites, we could have looked at doing the... Oh, I think we did the ARU. Where is it? The shield matrix. Takes 8? Well, I guess we're just going to have to be happy that we got the 10% damage reduction. It would have been nice to have another 20. We got 25 from the armor. And our shields regenerate really fast. Like, we got plus 20 to shield regeneration. We do have the ARU. 6 nanites required to build it, which means that's 15 days away. That would double us from a 5 to a 10 passive regen on the hull, as well as a 2% system auto repair during combat per second. Which would be nice. Don't really have the power for it. It takes a lot of power for the cloak. 10 days to build it. I don't know if I actually want to dick around for 10 days. Alright, detected reserves on the source of a Class Y planet. But we need to be careful. Its atmosphere is extremely toxic and hazardous to our ship and crew. Just being in the vicinity is dangerous due to possible thermionic radiation discharges. Let's use our disruptor. Boom! Alright, we got 121, but we had to throw 85 because we only had room for another 37, but now at least it's full. Now, we could turn the storage back on. But then our power would be... There should have been another, like, fusion systems where you could build a fusion reactor to get you more power as well. That would have been a nice addition. What are we researching anyway? Oh, moral stability. I don't think we actually need that. I don't think we ever once dropped down to the lowest morale. Minus 10% on all hero attributes. Like, what we got is plus 10% on all hero attributes, minus 20% less time for building, upgrading, repairing, and researching to a minimum of 1 day, and minus 20% to hero ability cooldown in combat, which means they do it more, get to use their abilities more often. Let's see. We lose 1 morale because we have 1 emergency quarters. Level 2, it's not too bad. But then we lose 2 to a shield matrix, 2 to the cutting beam, 2 to the ARU, and 3 to regeneration alcoves. And we got a general minus 50 due to homesickness. So that's what? 3, 5, 60. And then we got 33, 53, 63. So we got like just a little bit of plus. Plus 6. How much crew? We got 34 Borg. We only have 34 Borg on board the ship. That's 20, 40. I can get rid of this room altogether. Yeah, we can. Get the 3 nanites back. That frees up more power. The alcove goes offline. So we freed up 7 power right there. Which is... Oh, this is an 11, but still. Alright. Came across an abandoned mining station under lockdown and seems to be damaged. Try to get it back up and working would give us the best amount. But there is a chance that it goes wrong. Let's play it safe. There we go, 126. Okay. 6 cycles till the cloak comes on. The cloak is going to be costing us power. Did I ever research the large battery? I didn't. It's a 4? Damn. What? 720 power. We're in crew right now. Could upgrade the holodeck again, of course. Science. Anything in combat? Just enhance maneuvering. We don't got the power to run it anyways. And the extra 200 more morale at the end of a fight, which we also don't need because our morale's always maxed. It might have been worth getting this one at like these two right here. But I'm not too worried about that. So it's engineering for the battery. Yeah, there it is right there. Large battery. 12 days and then 13 days. So we need 25 days to get to the the 1,000 battery capacity. Or 1,080 battery capacity. Plus time to build it. We never did reduce the crafting costs of our workshop. Only 3 days to clear the system? Alright. Warning, you're entering an asteroid. Yeah, we're fine. We're at 950 shield. We're making more repairs than we need. So we're good. Alright. Class D planet. The planetoid has no atmosphere, but scans reveal surface deposits of resources trapped just beneath the ice. Low gravity makes it easy, but the surface is extremely cold. Screw it. Launch a torpedo! Hey, it worked. But it doesn't use up torpedoes. Okay, we're 2 days away. How long? It takes 5 days, I think, to make more torpedoes. 5 torpedoes, 6 days. We're supposed to have 25, but that was for the mission, and we already got there, so I think we're okay. Can't put a can we put a hero? An efficiency bonus. I don't know how the efficiency bonus would work on the torpedo. We're not able to put a hero into the energy dissipator room to make it charge faster. Wait, is there an upgrade to the energy dissipator control? That was combat? No, it was not combat. Where did we get the energy dissipator? Science? Yeah, look, right there. It's an unknown connecting tech. Reveal this technology to learn more about it. How do I learn that? There's an upgrade to the transporters we never got. 2 unknown techs there. An upgrade to our waste assembler, probably to make it cheaper to run. 2 unknown techs there, and another unknown tech there. We never did upgrade the shuttle bay to have 3 shuttles. But we never got the whatchamacallit either, the Delta Flyer, which is the only thing I wanted in relation to shuttles. Okay. Found an abandoned ship adrift in space, powered down but structurally sound. We're going to launch a shuttle. 125 more. All right. Giving people time to get to the stream. Cloaking device. Okay, right now we have 2 power to spare. So the second I click this, we're going to be using way too much power. Like 28 too much, I think. Yep, minus 28 per day. That's the cloak? Interesting. Okay, turn it off for now. Where is it? There it is. Save the power. Our research. 1 day until we have the stability for morale. I don't think we needed that ever, so I never really researched it. We could go for the large battery, but it's 12 days. Unlocking the final Borg level to try to get those is 13 days. Not that it's going to matter. Alright, located a rich asteroid field containing tritanium. One of our scientists wants to try an experimental method, but we're going to send a probe rather than use experimental mining. Got 10 science and 89 tritanium. Tritanium. We got so much science right now. And we're only running on 2 science. Like, we got rid of the other 2. Level 3 science. Pretty sweet. Want to? Alright, it's giving us 4 science per cycle. And then we get 4 more science per cycle. How are we getting 11? Is there some kind of adjacency bonus, or is it just because we got Ari Kim plus 34% research? I thought that was just the speed, not how much research you actually get. Although, with rounding up, it would be 8 would round up to an 11. Like, depending on how they round the 34% bonus, right? I wish they did a better breakdown of exactly how you get your numbers. Because I thought we'd only have like 8 right now. Got 3 teams, 5 total. Everybody is quartered. We have we got room for 3 more humans even, and 6 more Borg. That's like 9 more people could bring on board, or well, 6 more ex-Borg. Don't want them actual Borg, but you know what I mean. So we got room for like 9 extra crew. Anti-Borg torpedo. Fires a special torpedo infused with Icheb nanoprobes, dealing highly effective damage against Borg. That's tempting. We are about to fight Borg. Her system recharge is really effective. It seems better than Tuvix's. But Tuvix also fires a phaser when he does his recharge. So it's like, isn't really worth it. What's the next best one? 709 does nanoprobe torpedo. Can't have Captain Janeway as our combat stuff. Chakotay is just Maquis maneuvers. Pelk is a polluting torpedo. Bolana is weapon overcharge. We use her. Gives you a small bonus for the rest of the fight. And you can do it repeatedly and it just stacks. Usually we get like 8 or 9 of them in a fight. It's pretty good. Thanks mainly to Marla here. Miss Gilmore. Doctor's holographic. Shield hacking with Harry. Temporarily gain 1 additional energy that can be allocated freely. That would let us run at full engine. Evasive maneuvers lets us dodge enemy attacks for a limited time, gaining a brief window of invulnerability. Might be the one to do. We've been using Chakotay. Does Maquis maneuvers, increasing Voyager's rotation speed and boost weapon damage output. Mainly because of the weapon damage output. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we should do Tuvix, Marla, and Balana. Because Tuvix would give a cooldown, and then she would give a cooldown that would help his cooldown and her, and it would just be like crazy extra. And plus, he gives a fire to right. Tuvok's abilities: fires an advanced or enhanced phaser shot, and reduces the cooldown of all other hero abilities. Doesn't say by how much though. So we're going to try that, I guess. Because I've been doing Chakotay, and I don't think it's worth it for the increased little. It says it increases damage, but I don't know. And she's increasing damage, like weapon output anyway. Okay. Although Icheb with his anti-Borg torpedoes could be very handy. Alright, let's refuel it before we go in, just make sure. Alright. Use the cloaking device to get... Okay, 1 second. Activating cloak. Alright, Captain, we arrived at a massive gas giant with intense magnetic storms. Sensors readings are scrambled, but are within visual range of a Borg probe orbiting the planet. It hasn't detected us yet, but any mistake may alert it to our presence. We can attempt to interfere with the scouting probe with an energy dissipator. Gives us about 25% chance of full 1478. You could risk higher detection, or go in with the cloak. We're going to go in with the cloak. Looks like about a 40%, maybe 45% chance of getting 1478. And then another 15 to 20% chance getting probably 70% of that. So looking at like maybe 1,000. Yeah, but 1,108. Right about there. And then there is about a 25% chance that we get a negative level 2. But that's okay. We've never used our cloak before. Alright, the cloaking device allowed us to recover a high amount of resources, Captain. However, the planet's intense magnetic storms interfered with the system, forcing us to pull back after a close call. That's okay, we still got 75% of the possible reward, getting 1,108. Which puts us back up to 72 or 7124 out of a possible 7750. Alright. And we're using what, 28 too much. So we have 6 days of extra of emergency power with our cloak activated. So we could definitely get to the nebula and still have battery power. Oh, we got the 6 Borg nanites. Can we up? We got enough to upgrade it. We just don't got the tech to upgrade it. Darn it. Darn you, research. Taking time. I can't upgrade that because we don't have that researched yet. I thought there was something else I could do. No, we already upgraded our cutting room to level 2. And increased its firing rate thanks to the tachyon thing. Provide the ship with 80 deflector shields during combat. Increases the recharge rate by 10. Technically, there is room for more. Either like one big battery and one Borg shield thingy and a little battery. Or 2 or 3 Borg shield thingies and a little battery. Not that we're ever going to be actually doing that. I'm not even sure about this extra 80 shields because that will be a huge power drain. Alright, let's fly there with our... Preserving our battery. We'll fly there with the cloak off and activate it once we get in range. Oh boy, here we go.
Set course for that Borg Nebula. We're going to teach them a lesson.
You can't even see it, but this is the upgraded Voyager with the regenerative ablative armor. So we take 25% less power or damage. Oh, the shield's 4 days out still. Ooh. Maybe we should dick around for 4 days. No. All right. We need to... 1, 2, 3. All right. That's 10 power too much. No, that's only a plus 10. Oh, we're just a little shy on the bioneurals. That'd be 15 days. I'm not dicking around for that many days to upgrade. Still, that's another 10 recharge. So our shields now have... We got 80 extra shields and... 10 extra shield recharge. So our shields are now, like, amazeballs. Like, our combat rating, 457. Nice. We could also upgrade our ally to the Borg Sphere. The other Borg Sphere guy. So we have 2 metaphasic shields, 2 shield generators, level 3, an ARU facility level 1, a shield matrix level 1, and 950 hull. Plus level 3 phasers, level 2 cutting room, or cutting beam, level 3 disruptor, the energy dissipator, and our base attack, of course. We also have phaser frequency modulation. We can rotate our shield frequency. We got Hirogen hunting lasers. We got regenerative shield. Like, we got so much going on. I wish it told us how much our shields regenerate per turn here. But I don't think it says that anywhere. Plus we get plus 50 shield subsystem health. So in combat, our shield subsystem now has a lot much. Hey, sorry, Husky, Brexus. I didn't see you there for a second. I was so focused over here. We are there. We never got the Delta Flyer. I would have built it so fast. The Delta Flyer is one of my all-time favorite ships. It is such a cool little thing. Like, I love the runabout. I love the Delta Flyer. I think I like the runabout design a little bit more than the Delta Flyer. But if you're going for combat look, the runabout looks better without the weapon pod. The weapon pod's a little too clunky the way it's on there. I think it would have been cooler if they tried to get, like... Instead of having one big pod on the top that's like torpedo, it should have been like 2 little pods that do those smaller torpedoes, the advanced small torpedoes that you see on like the Sovereign class and that with its 360 turret, because then it could have been like instead of it would have been much better, and then it would have been on the sides, right? So like shoulder firing instead of like a headlamp. Either way. Anyway. All right. As much as I kind of want to dick around to have 2 level, like 40 shield regen, this did get us an extra 10. So our shield regeneration in combat is 30, and we should have, let's see, 150 plus 160. That's 310 shields. Like, we should have a shit ton of shields that regenerate fast. We got subsystem healing, 1% per second in combat. And cloak active. We only have, what, like 4 days running with our cloak active? But hey. 4 days of cloak at Voyager speed and combat. Like, come on, baby. We're ready. Oh, boy. Here we go. Caution, you are about to commit to a major story arc. This path will require full attention, and you may not be able to return to previous activities. Advance when ready. Oh, we're ready, baby. Set course to kickin' Borg ass. Engage. Captain, we reached our destination. Orders? Continue in, Mr. Kim. All right. Time to give the Admiral's gift a proper field trial. Helm, take us in. I actually think it looks pretty cool. Captain, a Borg cube is emerging from the nebula. Borg cube? We could fight them before we had the armor and transphasic torpedoes. Let them come. Not only did we get a cloak, we also got 80 more shields and another full third. Sorry, no, not a third. 50% more shield regeneration. Because we went from 20 to 30. While adding 80 more shields and hardening the shield system with another 50 subsystem health. So we're ready to rock and roll. Gatekeeper. Voyager, a speck against the colossal bulk of the Borg cube guarding the entrance to the mysterious nebula. Against such a behemoth of the collective, resistance would indeed be futile. Or would it? We've killed several Borg cubes. 2 of which were supposedly, like, weakened or whatever, but, like, I think at least another 2 or 3 where they're supposedly full Borg cubes that we killed. Oh, I forgot to change our ally! We could have had a Borg sphere helping us from the freed collective we helped. That would have gave us another, like, 120 attack power on our ally. Right now, our ally is Dreadnought, the sentient torpedo. Only has an attack power of 80. And these are going to be at least 250 300s. Hopefully 350 400, because then they're close to us. But we could have had him at like 220, I think. Well, it would have been a Borg sphere instead of him, but you know what I mean. Their weapon systems are offline. They appear to be waiting. What's their game? We're being hailed, Cap. Captain Janeway, in an iteration from your future. Advanced to the rank of Admiral, I see. Admiral, yes. Apparently repeatedly thwarting the Borg Queen does wonders for your resume. I suppose I owe you for that. Arrogant. A constant in your temporal iterations, Janeway. Your future technology is irrelevant. It will not protect you. Attempt to access our nebula again, and your vessel will be eradicated. Consider this your final warning. Why is she so fiercely protective? Her reasons are irrelevant. She won't be able to deliver on those threats. The nebula is the only way forward. The Queen's not bluffing, Captain. This decision is too grave. It affects every single person on the ship, and I believe they should have a voice in how we proceed. The Captain alone decides. Heads into the nebula and engage the cube. The Captain alone decides we'll find another way, or the crew decides together. Asks for the opinions of others. Never once in this entire time has it been like, oh no, we have to ask the whole crew. And we've had situations supposedly nearly as grave as this. But fine, you want to do the democratic thing? I'm putting it into your records when we get back. You know. It's kind of mutinous, but fine. The crew decides together. All senior staff to the bridge. There's an important decision to be made together. Before we make a move, I want to hear from all of you. What are your thoughts? I see the risks, Captain, but the final choice is yours. And I stamp. What the fuck? Pardon my language, I'm sorry. Chakotay? The choice is yours, Captain. You're the one that just said, no, Captain, this is too big a choice for just you. Ask everybody. I think he was just wanting to suck up to the Captain in front of everybody. Although, he already was, like, doing the opposite of that 2 seconds before in front of, like, 3/3 or 3/4 of everybody. Like, the only person we didn't have up here would be the doctor and the engineer. So he, all but 2 people, Chakotay, be more consistent, man. Choice is yours, and I'll stand beside it. The risks are significant. A measured approach, even if it is longer, is the most logical decision. They're trying to make them a Tuvok clone, basically. This shortcut is strategically the most effective course of action. We've made it through worse. We go in and finish what we started. This is what we've all been hoping for, isn't it? A real chance to finally see Earth? We've beaten the odds before. Who says we won't do it again? Earth, finally. Access to proper medical databases, research facilities, and perhaps a holiday in Florence? I say we go in, Captain. If it gets the crew home, Captain, and Earth gets a taste of my Leola root stew, I say we go for it. And then it's like the captain alone decides. They should have... At this point, it should be like, I've heard what you said. Let's go in. Let's kick ass! We've come too far to back down. Battle stations. Let's give them a taste of 2404. Oh my god, its attack power is only a 191. It's barely double Dreadnought. We're a 457 for crying out loud. They have no chance. Oh gosh. Do we do the anti-ball torpedoes, or do we have fun with 2 Vics and them being like compounding each other's cooldowns? I want to try that. All right, let's start.
What are your orders, Captain?
We only have 3 power. Oh, right. The extra shields cost extra power. I'm an idiot. We're going to have to take power from our shields. Usually we took 1 from engines. What is that last? Is that the ARU? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or is that the cloak?
Ability ready, Captain. Moving to attack the front, Captain.
Out of range.
Ability ready. Ability ready, Captain. Ability ready, Captain.
It looks like he only takes a few seconds off.
Ability ready, Captain.
Two Vix only takes like 1 or 2 seconds off, while she takes off 9.
Ability ready, Captain. Moving to attack the front, Captain. Ability ready. Ability ready, Captain.
Okay,
Moving to attack the starboard side, Captain.
Oh, it's dead. Shared victory. We got 506 deuterium, 50 duranium, and 200 morale. The Borg QE has been neutralized with surprising efficiency. All other approaching Borg vessels are retreating.
Didn't I promise as much?
It appears the Queen is reassessing our current tactical superiority. We should anticipate rapid adaptation.
Then let's not give them a chance. Helm, full impulse forward.
Now, we didn't give the Echep Plague to Admiral Janeway. Oh, that looks cool. And then get her, give it, and then fed her to the Queen. Unless we're about to do that.
Helm, alter course to enter the aperture at coordinates 346 by 42.
Captain? Relay that order. What the hell is that thing?
The road home.
It's more than that. It is a transwarp hub, Captain. 1 of 6 in the galaxy. It allows the Collective to deploy vessels almost anywhere.
You knew this was here? Why didn't you tell me about it?
I'll answer all your questions once we're back in the Alpha Quadrant. That hub is a strategic weapon, Admiral. Leaving it operational means the Borg remain a dominant threat. The structure is supported by a series of interspatial manifolds. Theoretically, if we disable enough of them, we could cripple the Borg's transwarp network.
A waste of time. The Queen regulates this manifold shields. You might destroy 1 or 2 before she adapts.
Every second you hesitate gives the Borg time to analyze our advantages.
This is your only window. Alter or enter the aperture.
That transwarp hub is a danger to the entire galaxy. The Starfleet, our duty's clear. We have to destroy it, or it'll come back to haunt us. If they already have 6 of these things, how does like, what does destroying one really do? For the good of the crew, don't destroy the hub. For the good of the galaxy, reject shortcut, retreat. Plan to destroy the hub. I say we destroy the hub. We can't let that live. Helm, take us out of the nebula. That hub is a threat we can't, or that we have to deal with. 16 years. 16 years of relentless battles, sacrifices, and loss. I believe this crew will endure. This crew will break. 3 years from now, 7 of 9 will sacrifice herself on an away mission. Her loss will haunt the entire crew. Chakotay will make a fatal mistake, cost him his life, and leave the crew in shambles. Tom will grow reckless, feigning immortality. He'll crash a shuttle and end up a cripple. What? Harry's optimism, his spark, it'll erode. He'll make it home, but the real Harry, the one we know, will be forever lost in the Delta Quadrant. The Doctor will reach Earth, but every life he failed to save will become a mental prison, trapping him in an endless loop of regret. You'll become obsessed with reaching Earth at any cost, risking lives, alienating the crew, taking chances. You will make it home, but the victory will be empty without them by your side. You will regret it forever. Captain, Borg vessels approaching. They're encircling us. Did you truly believe my warning was idle, Captain? Your future technology is impressive, yes, but ultimately insignificant. We will assimilate your gifts, and then we will assimilate you. Battle stations? A sphere and a probe? They're so fucked.
What are your orders, Captain?
Okay, let's see. Disruptor, and then cutting. There we go.
Ability ready, Captain.
All right. Take out the shield first.
Ability ready, Captain. Ability ready, Captain.
There we go. We've already done 2 pluses to Balana, or battle systems thanks to Balana.
Ability ready, Captain. Ability ready, Captain.
That's 3.
Ability ready.
4.
Ability ready, Captain.
Very killed the sphere? Wow.
Moving to attack the front, Captain.
Gotta feel bad for the probe.
Ability ready, Captain.
I didn't even have the fire torpedo. Yep. Captain, sensors are picking up another vessel. 1 tactical cube, heavily armed. That configuration. It is the Queen's personal command vessel. Be advised, engagement will be unlike anything we faced before. We can still reach that hub. Do you really want my future for your crew? There's more at stake. We need to neutralize this hub for good. Stand by our decision. Can't we... There should be a third option. Fight the Queen, then kill the hub. And we'll do exactly that. Helm, disengage. You can't be serious. You can't destroy your only way home. Leaving it intact condemns countless others. It's our duty, Admiral. What about your duty to the crew? 16 years of loss, remember? 16 years of loss, despair, and death. Captain, Borg Cube approaching. They're not letting us get away that easily. Red alert! Everyone, battle stations. Captain Janeway, it is a pleasure to see you again. Mr. Rallick, you gave us quite a scare. What are you doing here? We have observed your presence near the transport hub. It is our assumption that you plan to use it for your return to Earth. We are willing to assist you with this endeavor. Actually, Mr. Rallick, we're planning to destroy it. An intriguing strategy, Captain, but I assume you have assessed the risk of such an assault. I would propose an alternative. Instead of destruction, we could secure the hub.
Come again?
We have already considered seizing the hub, but concluded it was not viable. With Voyager's assistance, however, our analysis changes. We could use this hub to liberate Borg across the galaxy. It would be a significant blow to the Queen. You, in turn, could use it to return home. It is a mutually beneficial plan.
Seizing the hub. Commander, what do you think?
My position's clear. That hub's a threat to that must be neutralized. Whether we destroy it or occupy it, our actions must serve the greater good of the galaxy.
I'll spare you the false sincerity. Mr. Relic, what is your strategy for seizing that hub? Your rebellion, to my memory, is still in its infancy. This sounds like an amateur plan, and I will not risk the crew on such a foolhardy endeavor.
Not your choice, Grandma. Curious. 2 captains. An unexpected asset.
Just ignore her. Mr. Relic, she doesn't even drink coffee anymore. Can you really call her a Janeway? She comes from a future where principles are apparently nothing more than pesky suggestions. What is the plan?
Our assessment has identified 3 viable approaches. Sorry. First, a military engagement. We would launch an overwhelming attack with our awakened fleet and Voyager as the nucleus. This path is contingent on Voyager possessing great combative prowess. Oh, we got that. The second, a non-violent technological solution. Targeted impulse could drain the hub's energy, rendering the drones dormant and allowing us to take control. This requires advanced scientific expertise. We got that. But we only got level 1 of the energy dissipator thing. Third, we beat the Queen at her own game. We construct a jammer to attack the drone's cortical node, briefly sever the Queen's connection to their neural transceivers, and reroute the signal to Voyager, allowing you to assume command. This would enable you to order the Borg to enter a regeneration cycle while we take over the hub. This, however, requires a high-level expertise in Borg technology. Should be any of these approaches because it's not a binary choice. Is any of these approaches within your capabilities, Captain? You want to know what's funny? If we had Borg Tier 5, 100% chance, right? We're researching Borg Tier 5 right now. It's days away. Arg. We need more than 400 power. We can do that. Scientific one, chance 100%. Science Tech Research 35. And Energy Dissipator level 1. Agreed to take over the hub by developing technology to dissipate the energy. The only one we can't do right away. We could listen to what our crew wants. I say we take it. Because if we can take it, we can have Voyager or Starfleet eventually get access, right? So... do we develop the technology or just go in guns blazing? Because we do have 400 and like something power. And that's without assets. That's just Voyager. I say we do this the Starfleet way. They do... Starfleet's all about the tech, right? I kind of want to kick the Borg's ass, though. Man, had I dicked around for a few more days, I think it's like 6 days away, not even 6 days away for us to get Borg Tier 5. It should be like a chance based on what your Borg level is. 100% at level 5, well then we should have like an 80% chance. Alright, let's see. I do like the fighting. And I would really like to blow up the Borg Queen's ship. It's her personal ship. Screw it.
I'll be blunt, Mr. Relic. We have the courage and the firepower to get this done. We'll take that hub by force. The Queen has been looking for a fight, and I'm more than willing to kick her ass. I knew we were kindred spirits, Captain. This is a battle we will fight together for the liberation of millions and for your journey home. I'll admit I'm impressed. I never considered that option in my time. However, my approval comes with a contingency. If this plan fails, if my crew is at risk, all bets are off. I'll get my crew home, no matter the cost to your rebellion. Admiral, your approval isn't a factor here. This is my crew, and I'll make the decisions that affect our future. All right, so optional. Prepare Voyager's defense and offensive systems for the final battle to seize the hub. And then fly back to the nebula. All right, let's go into the ship for a second. We can turn off the cloak to save power and the extra shield for now. So let's see. Yeah, 5 days until Borg Tech 5. Okay. Do we just go back in then? If we wait a few days, we could upgrade our shield regenerative capacity. At 15 days? $13 days. We need 4. Yeah, so we're like 15 days away. Sorry, 13 days away from upgrading the metaphasic shield, giving us even more. I don't really want to waste the fuel. Like we got other systems we could go to for resources. They're only 4 days away. Yeah, let's do it. We're going to take a few days, upgrade our systems. Captain, we've been hailed by a small vessel of refugees warning us about the dangers of the sector. They seem quite intrigued by our ship and have expressed interest in exchanging supplies for the journey, or even joining us. Alright, we could get 10 crew and 25 science. Trade supplies in exchange. We lose 300 food, but we get 75 science. Yeah. Alright. Alright. Battle stations. It's a Borg cube ambush. They have 231 attack power.
What are your orders, Captain?
Crush the sphere.
Enemy shields. Ability ready, Captain. Ability ready, Captain. Moving to attack the front, Captain.
Look, our systems are regenerating.
Ability ready, Captain. Ability ready, Captain. Moving to attack the front, Captain. Ability ready, Captain. Ability ready, Captain. Ability ready, Captain. Moving to attack the port side, Captain. Ability ready, Captain. Ability ready, Captain.
Oh, we're out of range of the other one.
Ability ready, Captain.
There we go.
Ability ready, Captain. Ability ready, Captain. Moving to attack the aft, Captain. Ability ready, Captain. Ability ready, Captain.
Seems having the cloak turned off gives us a lot more power
Ability ready, Captain.
for
Ability ready, Captain.
the auto repair systems and stuff. They surrendered. Got 47 tritanium. We're still at good amount of stuff fuel. The Forgotten Colony. We've detected a settlement on a Class 7 planet. The population appears to be Borg, but their technology is primitive. They are not connected to the collective. Small group stranded and been adapting for years. They may have useful information. Borg Tech 5 complete. Achievement unlocked. Let's get the cutting beam level 3 for 15% in additional power. Then we'll get the automated repair unit thing. All right. That's going to take us 13 days. Oh, our beneficial shield was off too. That might have been partly related to the extra power. We've detected a settlement of class down. Wait, the Borg. Send an away team to meet these ex-Borg. 5 ex-Borg have joined Voyager. They were curious but grateful for the offer. 5 individuals, particularly disillusioned with their current life, chose to join the crew. Which is perfect, because we had room for, what, 6 more Borg and 3 non-Borg? Alright, is there any more titanium? No, but there is... There is some gases in here. You know what? Screw it. We're trying to waste cycles anyways. Let's go get the food. It's supposed to be a really big system. All repair complete. This hull repair is kind of awesome. The Glaspia world is largely glaciated, but sensors have discovered animal life that could be useful as food. We could hunt them with our sensors, analyze the animals before hunting them with the biolab, or do not gather food but focus on studying the life forms. We don't need the science. We have 700 science already. Let's try to get some food. All right, 353 more food. We are maxed out. Okay. All right, use the shuttle to... Okay, detect a small debris field scattered across a wide area. Appears to be the remnants of a vessel. Maybe there's some useful stuff inside. All right, let's have the shuttle go out and scan things up. There are a lot of valuable duranium in this field. The shuttle helped a great deal in recovering valuable resources. We salvaged 122. Putting this thing up to 538 of 550. All right. Echeb. Did Echeb not affect how fast this go at all? I thought it'd be down to 9 days instead of 10. No. Leave them in there. Search cycles. 7 cycles. Cutting beam technology upgraded. Okay. Research the automated thingy. Okay, we have what, 5? How much does it take? We needed 6. I should have left one of these guys doing the Borg stuff. Detecting a growing sense of restlessness amongst the crew, the desire to move forward. Oh, shut up. Our crew are in maxed morale. We got a ship that self-repairs and can kick a Borg cube's ass. We are fine. Found an abandoned ship adrift in space. Powered down, structurally sound, but there are some sealed compartments. We'll send a shuttle out to get as much as we can. 1480, putting us back to 7,334, giving us 69. Nice. Very nice. 69 more days. Oh, okay. And we got 4 cycles, so it's upgraded. We need titanium. Engage that sphere. Engage! Cutting beam upgraded. Boom. Okay, even just as this, we are now using 1 power too much. Okay, 775. We can free up some power with the cargo bay turned off. There we go. And it didn't change anything. Automated repair facility. All right.
We are very scienced up. Better battery. I probably should have had more batteries built to begin with. But what can you do? The emergency quarters has 18 people in it. Oh, that would leave 3 people without quarters. I was thinking maybe we could just build our crew quarters and upgrade it. That'd be three people left out of home. And then I thought like maybe we could remove that and put another shield matrix. Okay, we can upgrade the metaphasic shield to level 2. Alright, neutronic storm. Could people get hurt and we use more food? So we don't want to be here long. We've received a distress signal from a small vessel. Their life support is failing. We'll tractor them into our shuttle bay. Got 117 tritanium because we successfully docked the vessel and performed repairs. They repaid us with some valuables. It says all their valuables, which I think is a little crazy on their part, but yes. Stumbled upon a massive debris field. It doesn't make sense that anyone will leave this amount of salvageable resources floating around. Let's investigate. We can be cautious. We can tractor beam. We can scan for life signs. Or we could just have a shell go out and get as much of the duranium and tritanium as possible. Alright, we've got 55 and 109, respectively. Successfully identified and disarmed several traps. Salvage operations were a complete success. It was booby-trapped! You can't trust any debris field these days, right? Like, what's going on? There, shields upgraded.
What are your orders, Captain?
Didn't let me turn on the shield, which is annoying.
Moving to attack the front, Captain. Enemy shields destroyed, Captain. Ability ready, Captain. Ability ready, Captain. Ability ready, Captain. Ability ready, Captain. Moving to attack the front, Captain. Ability ready, Captain.
Okay, this combo system is insanely powerful.
Moving to attack the aft, Captain. Ability ready, Captain. Ability ready, Captain. Enemy shields destroyed, Captain.
Okay. Get
Moving
that
to
one.
attack the aft, Captain.
Not fast enough, in my opinion. Our shields.
Ability ready, Captain.
Oh, look, it's actually working.
Ability ready, Captain. Ability ready, Captain.
35, 36, 37. And our shields are at full.
Ability ready, Captain.
Yeah, we got that ARU is awesome.
Shields destroyed, Captain.
So the 2vix one takes 2 seconds off the timer. But she takes
Ability ready.
9 seconds off the timer. They surrendered. 484 deuterium, 48 duranium, 200 morale. We took 3% hull damage, bled through our shields, but that automatically repairs every day. And now our shields regenerate even faster, but we are using a lot more power. All right. Yeah, we're getting 15 hull a day right now. And that's not even everybody doing unassigned. No, fix the ship. Now we're getting 25 a day. So one day we fixed up our hull. All right. Located a cluster of organic remnants adrift in space, probably from the cube we just took out. Let's recycle. Got 57. Okay. Where is a good spot to get fuel. I guess we'll just come back here 3 days. Alright, we're losing 10 extra morale per day because of our crew being upset.
Outbreak. We're facing a significant medical emergency, Captain. A virulent disease is spreading rapidly through the ship.
Oh, man. Let's go. Yeah, we helped a bunch. Remember the storyline where there's those Borgs that kind of had their own safe haven and Janeway tried to help them? We succeeded. So there is a entire... We have... personally, we got them, I think, 3 Borg spheres and a Borg cube. And a colony. So they've been going around getting more, too. So there's a bunch of freed Borg going around, and they're our friends. We gotta treat the sick. We got 32. Okay, we gotta go into the ship and get the sick bay every 9 days. Sorry, doctor, you gotta come back here. Because 61% faster healing brings us down to 5 days. That's not so bad. All right. Class P planet, where the surface is frozen. Geological scans indicate resources deep beneath the ice. Revealing them or retrieving them requires breaking through the dense ice layer. But the temperature is freezing, and snowstorms could hinder us. But we are going to get tritanium and deuterium, so we could cutting beam, give us a really good chance on the cutting beam. We could phaser control room. Oh, cutting beam's better now. I wonder if it's because we got level 3 cutting beam. It used to be the phaser gave us the best odds. But doesn't look like the phaser being level 3 has changed it since when it was level 2. Either way, we'll use the cutting beam. Whew. We left 1,116 fuel on the ground. I forgot I turned off the one container, so we only had room for 700 more. I was still thinking 770 or 7,750. It's just we don't have the power to run the cargo bays. I'm thinking we can turn off the food cargo bay though, because we don't use it, right? Like we've been keeping 1,500 as like just in case. $72 deuterium is from the engines, but we're using 106. So something's using extra. Is that the dreadnought? Oh, it doesn't give us the option of the Borg spheres anymore. Weird. We should still be able to have a Borg sphere as our ally. But it's using 30 for dreadnought. I'm tempted to just save the deuterium per day. Like, we are kind of overwhelmingly powerful as is. Three days to large battery. We don't got enough for the, well, we could do another shield matrix, but it's 10 power. Okay, we got 43 sick. Maybe I should temporarily do an extra sick bay, because we're only able to do, what, 12 at a time? Looks like we can have 1,000 food anyways. Maybe we don't need that extra cargo bay up here. My reasoning for keeping it was just in case we ever came across a situation in the game where it does like that, you're in the void and food's at a premium and everything. We would have enough food to hopefully get us through, but we never encountered that. All right, we have 170 personnel that are like non-Borg, and 39 Borg. So we have room for one more Borg. 150, 68. Does this mean we have 2 people too many? 'Cause I think we only have room for 168 people. But it says 170. Because each crew quarters is level 2. They get us 15. And then we have one emergency quarters that does 18. And yet it's saying there's one crew available and over here? Like that was the last one built. We got 4 down here. Huh. Okay, swap that over to fuel. Throw out 400 food. Sure. We could get rid of these. Mind you, the best we could put in them is like 3 batteries. Batteries take a 1 charge themselves. But if we turn off enough systems to get the batteries charged just to give us a big backup, right? It might be worth it. And we're about to get large batteries, so we could actually make it so, like, turn this one back on, take these 2 out. We go you. Balances out, and that gives us a space of 6 altogether, rather than 3 and 3. Because then we have room for a 4 and, like, maybe a shield matrix. And these free up, what, 2 power each? Nah, we're not using them. Turned off anyway. Wish there was a way to get more power. I've got the power. Just get, yeah, all you get is warp core repair. It doesn't give warp core output, unfortunately. %111%. 82 with her. All right. Well, we gotta keep the doctor healed. We gotta get the crew healed before we go do stuff. Otherwise, we will be short crew. Okay, 9 cycles to get over to there. It gets us out of this field thing that's making us use more food. All right, large battery researched. Even larger battery being researched. 13 days, okay. I think it's funny that leaves only enough room for another battery right beside it. Battery depleted. All right. Right. We got to turn off systems. It turned off our large cargo bay. Um, 92 power free right now. I don't want to lose all our extra storage. So there, those are back on. We didn't lose anything. We have 9 power to spare. What else was turned off? Oh, right now it's our dissipating thing. is turned off right now. I'm actually tempted to leave that offline. It's nice to have for like option, like mission stuff. So turning it on before missions is good, but I should have thought about turning that off. I forgot that's a huge power draw. Okay, 36 people are still sick. Oh, not you. You. One more day until 12 left, so it'd be 24. So we got 3 sets. Mind you, it tends to spread, so we might have more in a minute. All right, we found we detect the space station. The hull is breached and no life signs on board. Finding resources in the harsh environment could be difficult. We'll destroy part of the station where cargo might be with a torpedo. Yeah. Torpedoes away! Boom! 100%. Yay! And now we're at 7682. All right. Titanium. Okay, if we fly through the field, we end up using more food. It might be better to go 6-7 days. Ah, screw it. We got food to spare. Like, we're making 77 food a day. The battery is complete. There we go. Now we can store 900. And we're researching to be able to upgrade again, and we have all the parts we need to upgrade. ARU is getting upgraded, so we get 10, like double the repair rate. All right, a rich asteroid field containing titanium. One of the scientists wants to try an experimental mining technique. How long do we have to do this before it's no longer experimental? We'll just send a probe. Got 10 science and 101 titanium. Putting our science up to 709. Oh, maybe we can turn off one of the science things now. That's 12 power right there. After all, we got 709 stored up. We're making 6 per day right now. I'm not sure why. I thought it would be 4. Maybe it's because of our morale? Doesn't say anything about increased productivity. Just hero ability stuff and building time. And hero attributes. Okay. Battery leveled up. Oh, research leveled up. Yay! Okay, we got those. We got everything but enhanced maneuvering thrusters 2. We don't really need we don't need the morale or the propulsion in combat. Don't need hydroponics 3 because we're using the large hydroponics 2. We could research stronger allies for the Talaxians. Getting up to 125. We could finally get officers' quarters. Room for 5 people and 2 morale. And then you can get an extra 2 people and 2 morale. It's very expensive. I'd rather not. I'm between warp field diagnostics and workshop efficiency. Maybe a shuttle bay. 25. Reduce crafting cost by 25%. Now, I always took that as just for the workshop, but what if that's for building things, like all building, like all resource construction? Okay, we can store now 900 power. Oh, wait. Need a crew. Don't repair the hull. That's 360 more. There we go. Detected a class O planet. It's basically a giant ocean with some islands, which is largely covered in water, and features a diverse ecosystem. Scans indicate valuable resources just in the ground off the water surface. Okay. We can send a shuttle. Got 91 duranium. Tritanium. It's an asteroid. A Borg probe. Repair station. Yeah, let's screw it. There's only one sick? Captain, we're able to get the disease under control. From now on, it should no longer spread. It never spread. Damn. I wonder why there's still people injured, though. Alright. Large battery upgraded. We now can store 1,260 power. Dang, that's a lot of power stored up. Enough that even when we're low on power, we can totally run systems for a while if we get it charged up fully. We're in a plasma storm. Our Borg thing fixes more than that per day. Our sensors have detected a heavily damaged Borg sphere. Its hull is breached in multiple locations, both shielding and sensors offline. Internal scans show a few drones still active, focused on repairing the ship's core systems. Disassemble pieces of the sphere with the ARU. Or destroy the vessel before it can reactivate. Okay. Torpedo! Pew! Oh, shit. The torpedo destroyed the sphere, but the explosion was more severe than anticipated. We sustained some minor hull damage. 40. Got 26. We still should have got good amounts of resources, though. Alright. Risk sending a shuttle. Got 1,365 fuel back. Alright. Man, we really came here for the tritanium. Morale minus 20. Oh, a Borg sphere.
What are your orders, Captain? Moving to attack the front, Captain. Ability ready, Captain.
No, wait.
Ability ready, Captain. Enemy shield ability ready, Captain. Enemy shields destroyed. Ability ready, Captain.
Well, not quite done with the
Moving
weapons.
to attack the front, Captain. Ability ready, Captain. Ability ready, Captain. Ability ready, Captain. Moving to attack the front, Captain. Ability ready, Captain. Ability ready, Captain.
It's weird. I'm not used to not having that blaster
Ability ready,
thing.
Captain.
Our shields are at 450
Ability ready,
max.
Ability ready, Captain.
Oh, what am I doing? I should have swapped over to this
Moving to attack
side.
the port side, Captain.
Ah, they're surrendering. All right, we got 448 fuel, 44 duranium. Class G planet. Atmosphere is toxic, but the geological stands reveal a vast deposit of duranium. All right, we'll try to get some. 141. The disruptor pulse exposed the resources, and they're able to extract them easily. Come across a space station that repairs starships. They have 1,000 food for 200 hull. 2 binaural gel packs for 100 hull, 100 featured titanium for 300, and 6 Borg nanites for 400. We don't need it. All right, we don't need anything in this system, really. Get titanium on the way back. Let's go beat up the Borg now. We're in a nebula. Okay. 11 power for that. I wonder, because these only take up a little bit. If we turn these on and maybe set them to titanium, for 4 power, we'd get pretty much what we're using, right? So if we turn these on, go titanium and titanium. We can store 700, turn that off. We can still store 250. So that saves us power. I'm trying to get our power generate, like stored power charging faster is all. We turn off the metaphysics shields. We'll keep the one metaphysics shield on. That'll get us even more power generating. 31 a day. Okay, let's see how much titanium we get. There is a mining station abandoned under lockdown and seems to be damaged. We could risk reactivating it or try to analyze. Let's risk reactivating. Oh, okay, we got 120. Oh, right, we can only use 31. More power. All right, the doctor has nobody to heal in the sick bay. Turn it off. I don't think we need Borg nanites right now. Or the other things. Because we've already done the building, right? So biolabs turn off. Transporter room. We can change out carry for... doctor gives 5% because it's a command. But hey, Tom gives a full 10% bonus on away teams. Okay. And... can't put anyone in there. Turn on the dissipator, and we can't put anybody in there. We're getting 83 power right now. Alright. Captain, we've arrived at a massive gas giant, intense magnetic storms. Our sensitive readings are scrambled, but we are within visual range of the Borg sphere. Okay, if we leave that for now, we can temporarily put the cloak or the ARU online. Cloak gives us the best chance. Live long and... ooh! Long and lucky. While we completely avoid detection, Captain, the magnetic disturbance severely affected our cloaking device, damaging it in the process. We had to abandon their operation early, or the Borg would have spotted us. Oh. Thankfully, there's a lot more fuel over here. Okay, we got everything except for those two. Always interesting to see how people do their ship layouts. Not a problem. I could totally show you my ship layouts. We're about to go fight the queen for the hub. Now, right now, I got things turned off because I'm trying to get my 1,260 stored power charged up and stored. But usually I have large cargo for fuel. So we got deuterium, we got duranium, and we have tritanium. And then over here, we had extra for fuel. Right now, because to get power down. Damn ads. You shouldn't have gotten hit. Oh, it's probably just at the timing. Usually it's set that pre-roll ads don't happen. But we are in the middle of the scheduled 3-minute ad break, so I'll wait. All right. While we wait, though, might as well get some fuel. Sensors detect a dense cloud of interstellar gas. Okay, we can scan it to minimize trouble. What? It was stopping here and then it jumped. Dense gas interfered with our sensors, collided with a floating starship. That's BS. We've got nebula sensors. All right. Okay. Arrived at a massive gas giant that has a Borg cube in orbit. We will use the cloaking device. There we go. We're back up to full fuel. All right. Turn off the cloak. Turn off the dissipator. All right. Welcome back, Desmar-sama. So this is our Voyager. Whoa, too far in. So down here, we got 2 crew quarters, 4 crew quarters, sorry, and the biolabs. And we got our metaphasic shield, level 2. Of course, the transporter room and the workshop, they're always there. Above that, we got our main cargo holds, 3 large cargo bays, 1 for deuterium, duranium, and tritanium. Right now, the tritanium one is turned off because we're trying to charge up our batteries. We're able to store 1,260 batteries because we just got a large battery compartment. Previously, we only had 1 battery. We used to have 4 at one point, but rearranging the ship changed it. We do have 1 Borg shield matrix. Level 2, we got the level 3 Borg cutting beam being manned by Klingon Balana. And our 2 regenerative alcoves, so we can have 40 Borg citizens on our ship. We currently have 39. And then we got mostly crew quarters with 1 emergency crew quarter, all level 2. And after that, we used to have 4 science bays, but now that we have level 3 science bays, I went down to 2, and one's currently off again, getting power. You left them in the basement? We do have the Borg ARU facility. We got a cloaking device and a second level 2 metaphasic shield generator because I wanted lots of shield generation. And of course, the energy dissipator. We got a level 2 hydroponics bay with 7 of 9. So every 7 days, we get 540 food, which means we're getting 77 point some odd food per day, even though we only get it every 10 days. So we're actually getting more food than we use. So we never have to worry about food. I used to have a cargo bay. This was our food cargo bay right beside the mess hall. But since we haven't needed it, so I could minimize power usage, I changed that into fuel, and then it let me turn off some other stuff. Or I changed that to tritanium, sorry. Just because I wanted to be able to turn off the large tritanium one. We only had 250 anyways, so why worry about it, right? See, the trouble, if this was all Borg stuff, they could take over the engine room. Boom, now they got control of power. I didn't actually worry about it. I trusted our Borg. You're going to start a heavily modded run soon. Like actual mods or like just where you can configure the settings? Because they added that as an option now, right? Like you can just set up your own settings. All right, what are we researching again? All right, better replicated food. I think we're ready to go beat up the Borg Queen. I guess as a staging ground. We'll use this as a staging grounds, and then we'll fly in. All right. Better replicators is done. Do I want level 3 holodeck or even care? I don't think I really care about any of the tech that's remaining. Bigger ship mod, instant dialogue skip mod, improved tech tree, perfect crew skill mod. Perfect crew skill, doesn't that make it so that this crew's always at max, like as the level 10? Maybe the cannon quick start mod, so long as it doesn't conflict with the others. Okay, I know all the mods that you're talking about. If I remember correctly, not downloads. Are they there? I thought I downloaded. All right, so I downloaded a bunch of those mods. I got the I've downloaded Cannon Voyager Quick Start. No Observation Lounge Hull Weakening was one in there. Mind you, I'm not using any of these. This is an unmodded run. Waste Assembler Resource Production increase. The better start capacity makes it so that you have more storage and everything by like 150%. The no sector timeout morale penalty. Better hull repair, which would make it so that instead of getting 3 hull per day, I think it went to 9. I don't know if that's after research or not, but I'm guessing it's before research. There was Tuvix Unleashed, which I'm really disappointed in the way they handled Tuvix. Anytime the story wanted either Tuvok or Neelix, Tuvix should have been able to be used there, and he wasn't. So saving Tuvix, like what I did, almost made him useless. He was only good for away missions and combat. And for those, he's really good, but still. I was a little bummed about that. There is the improved tech tree, of course. This was called MySys31. I'm not sure what that one did. What one is that? I can't remember what one that is. That might be the one that rearranges Deck 2 for a better starting. Oh, it actually makes him amazing. It makes him so you can use him in the story. He gets all the... Basically, they gave him all the abilities. He's like the best character. With that mod, Tuvix is the best character in the game. There's the Phaser 8X mod, the Better Deck 5 mod, the Bigger Ship mod, the Better Deck... Yeah, so that MySys31, that was the Better Deck 2. And then there's... So it made it so that the way the layout of the ship... When you first start the game, it's laid out a lot better. Deck 2 and Deck 5 are set up better. And then there's the SIG bypass. There's a mod that makes it so you don't have to right-click everything. It just scans the system once you warp into it. Yeah, Deck 2 remix. And then there's a power mod. The Power 20 mod made it so that you get a little bit more power per warp field level. And I think it makes it so that your gray mode power is a little bit higher as well. But I downloaded them just to have them. And I haven't used them at all yet. I'm still on my first original run here. There's another mod in there that's just the file. I don't know what that is for, though. I kind of like the idea of the bigger ship mod, but the way they made the ship bigger, I didn't really like. Because they actually made it so, like, the shape of the ship is way bigger. I think they just should have filled in... Like, look how much empty space you have here. You definitely have room for a whole bunch of more rooms right here. This deck should go all the way to, like, here, at least. If not, all the way to the end. Because that's at least a 2-fer, maybe a 3-fer. So you should definitely have this space and that space to here. Like, this deck should go to here. This deck should go to here, if not here. And then if you look at the other side, there's room for one or two spaces there. And then over here, look how much room is wasted right here. Or right here. Like, you can kind of see where it should be this deck gets that much, this deck gets that much, then that much, then that much, and then this one goes all the way down to here. Like there should be, that's how I think it should have been done. And down here, what I thought it would have been cool is if, as you upgrade main engineering, it expands down a deck. So until you're like, that would be 1, 2, 3. And then for like, maybe for the first 2 upgrades, it goes down once. And then you get onto 3, it goes down. Then 4, it goes down. And then 5. And then at 6, it fills up this spot right here. Just to make it look more impressive. But otherwise, if you don't do that, you could still do it where like, this is a bunch of room for decks right here. Why is this empty? Right? So that I think they could have done it like that and gave you a shit ton more room. But instead, they make the ship look way more bulky in general because it changed the layout of this. Like the saucer was like way thicker. Instead of being like this, it was like that. But it is still a pretty interesting mod. I like the idea more of the starting with deck 2 and 5 laid out to not waste space. I think with the better deck 2 layout, it made it so that at the beginning of the game, like instead of having a phasers down here and that like everything was here, basically it moved as much as it could to deck 2, and then the rest of the decks were kind of fully open. And then the better deck 5 mod, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one, I can't remember how it rearranged it. I think it maybe put the sick bay somewhere else. I can't remember offhand. But they looked interesting. You despise Tuvix? Do you despise him because the way he's used in the game is wasted? Or do you just despise him in general? Alright. So we're going to go fight the Borg Queen now. Just in general? What about him do you despise? If you don't mind my asking. I'm just curious. Okay, we can turn on the extra shields, energy dissipation. I don't think we need the cloak. We're going to go in there and blow them the F up. Alright. Okay. Still got power available. Okay, so if I turn on both biolabs, power does not become available. Alright. If we have everything turned on, I need 70 more power. Yikes. That's it. I haven't even put the shuttle bay to level 3 yet. So we're making 11 science per turn. We're using 70 power too much, which gives us 18. With the current systems, I can go for 18 days using too much power. And just turning off the cloak ups it to 31. You can get it to 39 by turning off the arrow shuttle, because we're not trading right now. We're about to go fight the Borg. We don't need to be making biolab, nanites, and gel packs, so we could turn those rooms off. And now we got 71 days. It's only 4 power. Too much. Not bad. Turn off the science, and now we're good. All right. Let's see. You are titanium at the moment. Don't need that. Go back to fuel. And then we can put this one back to food. So now our storage should be 550, 550, 1750, and 8 something, right? Yeah, 8,500. I kind of wish we had full fuel going into it, just because I like to have my gas tanks full. But we don't need to spend the time doing that. I like the fact that we now have full power with an extra 1260 backup if we really need to start building stuff. And like, our systems are all fully upgraded. Like, that's pretty awesome. Could definitely put another battery here and slowly start filling up another 8 per day. Oh, it'd be at 7 per day because it would be one energy to charge it. Or we could leave the arrow shuttle on. The only time we ever need more power is to cloak, and we get 42 days of cloak. Or if we're building, we get 45 days of building gel packs and organanites. And with the doctor's help, they're every 13 days, and Tom's help every 15 days. So those go pretty quick. So we could get 3 sets of 6 in that time period. I liked Tuvix in the show, but I do like Tuvok and Neelix a little bit. Like, making them the two people. I wish there was a way you could have kept Tuvix and Tuvok and Neelix by, like, some kind of transporter wish-washy stuff. Like, if maybe they're like, oh, here's this thing that happened to a William Riker. Maybe we can duplicate that with the transporter and just save everybody. But in the show, I actually liked the guy that did Tuvix. I like the way he played him. I actually liked the character. But main reason I picked it is to make it different than the show and to see how the game would handle it. And then the game just ignores it, which really upset me. I feel like the game wasted its attempt. We could do the shield matrix for another 10% immunity. Takes 8 to build it. That would leave us 3. And I think it's 6 for the upgrade, so it'd only be a 5%. No, I didn't think you were. I just felt like you're poo-pooing on the character. But like I said, he's Tuvok with Neelix involved, right? Like, it kind of improves on both of them, in my opinion. That's why I liked him. And the actor did an amazing job. But I can see why you'd like Tuvok. There's nothing wrong with liking Tuvok more. Tuvok's a good character. And Tom Russ is a good actor. Like, he was good enough that he was on Next Generation and Deep Space Nine as well, right? So, can't go wrong with him. Oh, I left my one science off. That's why we got the extra power. I was wondering, like, how come we're still so much extra power? The shield would be 14. So if I did build another shield matrix and upgrade it to 2, we'd have to definitely get a little bit more power. Because we're exactly 500 power right now. I could free up 8. So it's 8 plus 6. I'd need to spend some of that time with the doctor making more Borg nanites, because I'm 3 Borg nanites shy of building it and upgrading it. So I think we're good to go. Let's just go do it. I'm going to leave the cloak off because I don't think we need the cloak for this fight. Our combat power is over 450, I think. 477. We can handle it. Let's go blow some shit up. Oh, a Borg sphere.
What are your orders, Captain? Ability ready, Captain. Ability ready, Captain. Moving to attack the front, Captain.
All right. I think I like the power distribution a little bit better when we don't have
shields destroyed, Captain.
the enemy
Ability ready, Captain.
or energy dissipator.
Ability ready, Captain. Moving to attack the starboard side, Captain. Ability ready, Captain.
4 seconds of him doing nothing.
Ability ready, Captain. Ability ready, Captain. Enemy shields destroyed, Captain. And ability ready, Captain.
Why is it not letting me change my power layout?
Moving to ability ready, Captain.
Like, my weapon systems are very lightly damaged. Everything else looks good. I guess maybe my energy...
Facility ready, Captain.
Anyways, we won. 440 fuel, 44 deuterium. And we're repaired. Oh, we're getting more upset that we're not at home. I hate that mechanic. Starting this part will lock us in. Let's lock in then. Captain, we reached our destination. Orders? Engaged. The fleet is in position, Captain. We await your command. Understood. Red alert. Shields up. All hands to battle stations. Mr. Relic, we're with you. Let's show them what we've got. Progressing deeper into the nebula, Captain. Strange. No welcoming committee. My analysis indicates they are aware of our presence, maintaining a tactical distance. Undoubtedly a trap. As long as they're not actively engaging, we make way for the hub. The Queen must be expecting us. What about that energy thing that hit us and pushed us out? Mr. Relic, begin the swarm maneuver, but keep your distance. We'll hit them with a full-scale assault. Hold your fire until I give the signal. Hub in sight, Captain, and... a tactical cube is guarding the hub. Weapon systems charging. Captain Janeway, your return to challenge us. Predictable. Futile. We have already adapted to your Admiral's future advantages. And your new allies are as irrelevant as the rebellion. You have simply brought them to their own destruction. We're full of surprises, Your Majesty. Underestimating our will has been your recurring system error, not ours. Your will is a primitive algorithm. It is obsolete. The collective has grown weary of your disruptions. We will now assimilate you. We will simply erase you. Oh, they're not going to assimilate us. They're going to erase us. I'm sorry, at this point, Voyager has so much tech that they would not just erase us. Maybe the people, but not the ship. Captain, Borg ships are coming in from every direction. All right, Mr. Relic. It's now or never. Let the end game begin. And mic drop, because it's totally just dropped the episode name. I have a Borg cube, Voyager, and Dreadnought on my side against one crappy Borg cube that's a 231. I thought when they said that it was a combat cube, it might actually be like 300-400, but nope. Voyager alone could handle this with no trouble.
What are your orders, Captain?
Power from shields to the disruptor, or energy dissipator thing. Let's take its weapons out.
Ability ready, Captain. Ability ready. Ability ready, Captain.
Torpedo! Because normally I don't use them.
Ability ready, Captain. Ability ready, Captain.
Figured, why not, right?
Ability ready, Captain.
Dissipate.
Ability ready, Captain. Ability ready, Captain.
We've already used B'Elanna's weapon boost like 8 times. We're still basically full everything. All right, 550 more fuel and 45 uranium, 200 more morale. Borg vessel successfully neutralized, Captain. Our allies are holding the line. Captain, we've got a second wave. They're coming in fast and from all sides again. 8 probes. Not even reinforced, though. 1, 2. So we got, what, 800 and then 90. So they got 1,020 attack power. Okay, this could actually be a challenge. This should be fun.
What are your orders, Captain?
Go for its warp core.
Ability ready, Captain. Ability ready, Captain.
Already got 2 boosts.
Ability ready, Captain. Enemy shields destroyed, Captain. Ability ready, Captain.
Another boost. How come? Oh, the cube's our friend, right?
Ready, Captain.
I was about to say, why is there a cube in the background? That's one down.
Moving to attack the starboard side. Ability ready, Captain. Ability ready. Ability ready, Captain. Ability ready, Captain. Enemy shields destroyed, Captain.
Photon torpedoes are really fun.
Ability ready, Captain.
Not that we need them for the battle to be won. We are combat
Ability ready,
Voyager.
Ability ready, Captain.
Doo-doo-doo. That's 2 down and 6 to go. And we are still at 100%. Well, it says we're at 95%. Our engines have been slightly damaged. But I think that's also partly, that might reflect us lowering power. I'm not 100% sure. But of a possible 300, our front shield's at 265, our rear at 235.
Moving to attack the starboard side, Captain.
Dissipate
Enemy shields
energy.
destroyed, Captain. Ability ready, Captain.
Oh, I should have fired the torpedo with it instead of waiting a second.
Ability ready, Captain.
Because that way it would have hit and then hit.
Ability ready, Captain. Enemy shields destroyed, Captain.
No enemies destroyed.
Moving to attack the ability ready, Captain. Ability ready, Captain. Ability ready, Captain. Enemy shields destroyed, Captain.
Yep, that works way better. Click, click. Energy and torpedo going in side by side. We're down to 4. And we're still at 94%.
Moving to attack the starboard side, Captain.
All right.
Ability ready, Captain. Enemy shields destroyed, Captain.
Torpedo.
Enemy ability ready, Captain. Ability ready, Captain.
Okay. Save the dissipator for this
Moving to attack
guy.
the starboard side, Captain. Enemy
And
shields
torpedo
destroyed,
follows in.
Captain. Ability ready, Captain. Enemy shields destroyed, Captain.
All right. The dreadnought's taking a tiny bit of damage.
Moving to attack the
Choose
starboard
to go.
side, Captain. Ability ready, Captain.
Activate the
Enemy
photonic
shields
cannon.
Enemy shields destroyed, Captain.
Exactly.
Enemy shields destroyed, Captain.
Like, we take the weapon out before we can get in a shot on the
Ability ready, Captain.
subsystem for the warp core. We are kicking so last one. And it's already damaged.
Moving to attack the starboard side, Captain. Ability ready, Captain. Enemy shields destroyed, Captain.
Got it. Destroyed. All 8. Our hull's at 91%, but that's okay. We only repair our hull outside of fights. The second wave has been neutralized. However, Rallick's fleet is taking heavy casualties. I do not believe they can sustain this much longer. Captain, I believe the Queen's tactical queue is coming in straight for us. She's not sending any more cannon fodder. She's coming to finish us herself. Finally, the fight I wanted. You wanted to make history, Catherine. This is your chance. Don't disappoint me. Only a 320? I thought for sure it'd be like a 400.
What are your orders, Captain?
All right, let's see. I want disruptor, cutting beam, and energy dissipator charging. And let's see, what systems do they got? The only difference is 300 on this and 400 on the warp core. I'm assuming it's got more health too. But for the most part, it's barely different. Take down the shields.
Ability ready, Captain. Ability ready, Captain.
Wait, did we already kill the shields? How? Not that I'm complaining. I just want to know.
Moving to attack the front, Captain. Ability ready, Captain. Ability ready, Captain.
All right. While the shields are down, we took out the cannon.
Moving to attack the aft. Ability ready, Captain. Ability ready, Captain.
Maybe I should turn off the cutting beam until we
Ability
get
ready, Captain.
the shields
Enemy
down where we're
shields
going.
destroyed, Captain. Ability ready, Captain. Ability ready,
Dissipate
Captain.
their energy. Alright, we've taken that shield out completely.
Attack the aft, Captain. Ability ready.
Torpedoes! Torpedo! Bye bye, Borg. Got 22 nanoprobes, 100 dendronium, and 88 tritanium. We killed the Borg Queen. Huzzah! The tactical cubes destroyed, Captain. The collective's response has ceased. They're just floating there. Is this a trick? Is it over? Did we win? Captain Janeway, the collective is in a state of disarray. The destruction of the Queen has left the drones without a central command. According to Royal Protocol, the Queen's consciousness is being transferred to a different avatar, most likely in Unimatrix 01. This creates a brief window of opportunity. We must act now if we are to take control of the hub. Alright, team. You heard the man. Set a direct course for the hub. It's time to seize control of the collective's greatest weapon. Yeah. Kicking ass. Yeah, why not make Seven the new queen? She was being groomed for it by the queen herself. Captain Janeway, you have my gratitude. The hub is ours. This victory, it is immeasurable. With this, we will be able to free Borg throughout the entire galaxy. This is just the beginning. And you're not afraid of the Queen's revenge, Mr. Rallick. She's not going to take this loss lightly. Could we not get all the Borg that are here in disarray around this hub onto his side now? The collective is in a state of disarray. When they recover, my people will be equal in number. She will not be able to stop us. And you won't be alone. The Federation may be able to contribute. We'll find a way to work together, to defend this hub and to protect the galaxy from the collective. Your assistance has been invaluable. Without Voyager, none of this would have been possible. We have now a real chance, a real future. And thanks to you, Mr. Alec, we finally have the opportunity to return home. We'll be on our way. May you have a safe journey. Perhaps our paths will cross again. So that's it. We're finally going home. You did it, Catherine. You did it. We did it, Admiral. This is not my victory, Catherine. It's yours. In my lifetime, I've grown cynical. I've been so focused on getting my crew home, I'd forgotten about everything else. I'd lost my way. You reminded me of that, Captain. I used to be the one who fought for what was right, not what was easy. Now go. Get them home. I'm sure her minus 25% to damage, minus 25% damage ablative armor came in handy too. Plus those torpedoes. Although, it didn't look like we were firing those new torpedoes. And they only had us build the blueprint and then not actually make torpedoes. Like when we did it with the Borg torpedo thing, we had to build individual torpedoes for that night torpedoes against species A472. I'm surprised we didn't have to build a set of special torpedoes to fire. And then give us the choice. Fire new torpedo, fire normal torpedo. But whatever. What about you? What about the Temporal Prime Directive? You can't just... The Prime Directive can wait. I have no intention of returning to Starfleet. I'm a tired old woman. I think I'll go to Indiana. Get a farm, grow some potatoes. This is your time, your crew, and your victory. Where's my chapstick? My lips are getting so chapped. It was an honor, Admiral. Yeah. Here we go. Whoosh. Yeah. And no Borg sphere following in and enveloping us. Yeah. We did it. We actually did it. We're home. Finally. Can you believe it? Earth. It looks even more beautiful than I remember. Huh. It's smaller than I imagined. But so vibrant. I remember it. A fleeting image from childhood. I can't believe we actually pulled it off. After everything, we actually did it. Finally, the Alpha Quadrant. My triumphant return will undoubtedly usher in a new era of medical excellence. The accolades will be well deserved. It's everything we fought for, isn't it? Every single challenge, every sacrifice. It all led us to this moment. We did it together. You'd go to Ryza. I probably would go to Bajor. I like I'm with Captain Sisko. Bajor is a beautiful planet. Plus, Bajorans are pretty awesome people. All right, everyone. If you'll indulge your captain for one final moment before we conclude our journey. Start speech. The crew became our journey of discovery. A force forged in battle. Okay. Our journey of discovery. 7 years ago, Starfleet and Maquis began charting the unknown, combining insights to push boundaries, learning and evolving with every star system. To see all your faces safe, finally home. That's the culmination of every sacrifice, every bond. Our family is whole. Reclaim our lives. We will not let our guard down. Share our knowledge. But we brought home more than just ourselves. New technologies, new knowledge. Now we'll share it all to the advantage of the Federation. Helm, set one final course. Earth. Let Starfleet know Voyager is home. Your game crashed. Oh no. Oh. Man, that's a nice little ship. I love Voyager. The Intrepid class is a cool little ship. The year 2385. It has been 7 years since Voyager left. I got home. We didn't survive the Delta Quadrant. We conquered it. We stood shoulder to shoulder with a fledgling Borg rebellion, and together we succeeded. Through every impossible choice, every sacrifice, we remained true to who we were and what we stood for. We were finally home. Starfleet's post was a whirlwind of emotion. My crew, my family, reunited with their loved ones. Tears and laughter filled the air. A moment of pure joy. They don't let this stay long enough. Later, in a hall filled with family and friends who never gave up hope, we stood honored. Medals shone and applause echoed around us. I, too, was promoted to Admiral. My future self had been right. Repeatedly thwarting the Borg Queen indeed does wonder for your resume. Now, as the dust settled, I reflect on what came next for my extraordinary crew. There's Earth. From collective to command. After our return, Starfleet initially harbored reservations against Seven due to her Borg past. However, seeing her undeniable genius and genuine desire to help and learn, Starfleet quickly overcame its concerns. If Picard was allowed to stay as captain, there's no reason to be skeptical about 7 of 9. Seven quickly became Starfleet's primary strategist against the Borg, spearheading the anti-Borg Tactical Analysis Division. Abtad? Needs a better name. She deserves to be in red. What makes sense that she'd be blue? She is the sciences. I like that they use this style of outfit. I like this uniform better than the Next Generation style. It brings me great joy to see her so fully integrated on Earth, her individuality flourishing with every new experience. She is a living testament to what a second chance can truly create. This is better than the Star Trek Picard version where she becomes ostracized and leaves altogether. Captain of the Protostar.
With the Maquis pardoned, Chakotay was promoted to captain, commanding the experimental USS Protostar, setting it up for the TV show. That is actually a really good show. It should not have been canceled. His mission to fix issues from Voyager's journey led to a temporal displacement for 10 subjective years. He eventually returned, reuniting with me as I commanded Voyager A to rescue him. That's just the TV show. I never actually saw season 2. Our bond remains unwavering. He's a testament to resilience and keeps my duties as admiral interesting. Makes it seem like she fell in, like they kind of have a personal relationship. Like maybe she's his boy toy now. I dig the new jacket there. Like that style jacket's kind of cool for a uniform. I wonder if that's supposed to be like the dress uniform. It's not stuff, you know, for that. And it cuts off at the waist. It's almost like a leather jacket for him. The ensign no more. Harry Kim's unwavering Starfleet ideals and relentless perseverance finally broke the mold. After years as the universe's most dedicated ensign, his unique experience propelled him through the ranks. In just 7 years, he achieved his dream, commanding his own Intrepid-class vessel. Watching the eager ensign I once guided, now in command, fills me with immense pride. He's on a Voyager type? He got his own Intrepid. And his jacket's even different from what Chakotay's was. I still dig it, but it would have been cooler if the bottom half had some black in it. Like black from the arms down. And even if just one half of the bottom piece was black. That's the journey home. Basically, they gave him a command upon getting home. And 7 more years. Like, that's huge. That's fast. Yeah. It makes sense that Harry Kim would have a lot of experience. Maverick made master. Tom's exceptional piloting skills made him Starfleet's go-to test pilot and instructor for extreme maneuvers. Okay, I like the white. That looks cool. White with like red piping to show your area. That looks cool. He's regularly visits Starfleet facilities, sharing tales of our Delta Quadrant experience. Tom clearly enjoys the attention, but I couldn't be prouder of the disciplined pilot he became. And no, he never reached Warp 10 or turned into a salamander again. Warp 10 is the dumbest way. I hate that warp goes into, like, once you hit 10, you should be able to go past Warp 10. Like, Warp 10 should just be another warp factor. The whole, you're everywhere all at once is stupid. Because that means the faster the ships go, from this point on, we just add more 9s. 9.999999999. Fuck that. Go to warp 10, 11, 12. There's a point where in Next Generation, they hit warp factor 13 and 16, like when they got pulled to that other galaxy. Like, come on. Whoever came up with the warp 10 is everywhere at once thing needs to be punched in the dick and then the throat and then thrown in a garbage somewhere. I don't like it. I hated that. I didn't mind the episode. The concept of warp 10 was stupid. It should just be another warp factor. After advocate and artist. After our return, the Doctor became a Federation citizen, immediately resigning to champion holographic rights, and won. Years later, he returned to serve as Chief Medical Officer, treated as an equal amongst his biological colleagues. Oh, and he discovered a talent for opera, which, to the delight and occasional dismay of Starfleet Medical. He actually sung pretty good. B'Elanna's Klingon half, fueled by fierce loyalty, now serves the Klingon Defense Force. Seeing her thrive by channeling her inner fire into a dedicated purpose is a testament to her finding her place. I'm sad that I lost human B'Elanna. I was hoping to keep human and Klingon B'Elanna, but we didn't get the Vidian technology to let us do it. So we only had like a 60% chance, I think, and we failed. Tuvix became a celebrated first contact specialist and xenolinguist, bridging diverse species. My past reservations faded. Seeing him unify others, I know now that letting him live was the right path. Plus, I'm sure he'd still stay in contact and help with Tuvok's kids. After all, he has the memories and emotions in him. Like, he still has that as part of it. Pelk established a profitable private enterprise in a Federation colony specializing in hazardous waste disposal. It's a testament to how even unlikely skills from the Delta Quadrant find valuable applications in a new life. Marla Gilmore joins Starfleet's R&D ethical oversight, dedicated to preventing tech misuse. It's her personal atonement for the Equinox tragedy. Seeing her channel her past into crucial vigilance fills me with profound respect. Her character is so much, like... Admittedly, I didn't have B'Elanna leveled up enough to find out, but she's got the innovator ability as well, and her stats were so good, even at level 6 to 8. So, like, I'm glad we got her. She was worth keeping. I have a feeling she might have even been better than B'Elanna. Icheb dedicated his life to helping other ex-Borg, particularly young drones, guiding their difficult path back to individuality. Seeing him nurture these new individuals is profoundly moving. I wish we got him sooner so we could have leveled them up a bit. A new purpose far away from the stars. True to her word, my future self left before Voyager's final descent into Earth's atmosphere. She found a simple kind of peace, living under the radar on a small farm in Indiana. I visit her when I can. She's as stubborn as ever, but the only conflict she faces now is with the local groundhogs. The thought is still surreal to me, but my former crew jokes that Starfleet isn't big enough for 2 Janeways. And maybe they're right. New purpose, far away from the stars. Oh, is that Relic, maybe? The captured transwarp hub proved to be the catalyst for a monumental shift in the Delta Quadrant. Fueled by the strategic asset, the Awakened Rebellion, as history books are calling it now, has grown stronger than ever. More and more Borg vessels are freed from the collective's grasp each day. In a truly historic development, Starfleet has established a formal alliance with Rallick and his Awakened Borg. While the initial diplomatic exchange were predictably complex, Starfleet is now actively assisting in the defense of the hub against the Queen's relentless reclamation attempts. So far, we've held the line. Should we not be trying to get the other 5 hubs? That would be the perfect mission for Voyager and the reclaimed Borg, right? Endgame. Achievement unlocked. Okay. They say the journey matters more than the destination. For Voyager, an odyssey of family and sacrifice. This was profoundly true. We honor those who gave everything for this journey. Their names may now be carved in stone, but their legacy, an eternal flame of courage and sacrifice, lives on in the heart of every soul who returned home, always. Yet even now, I wonder, if I could turn back time, make different choices, could I have saved more of those who we lost? I may never know, but standing here on a solid ground, my crew safe, I find a quiet peace in what we accomplished. End log. All right, we did it, guys. We did it, everybody. My biggest complaint for the game, not enough away missions. Those blue little side quest things, there should have been a lot more of them. They are so sparse. There was sometimes, like, we had entire chapters without them. I think that only happened twice, but still, there should be more of those. And while most of them should be based on the show, there should be some that they just came up with. Tim Russ was the voice of Tuvok, and Robert Duncan McNeil was Tom Paris. I guess they sounded off just because of them being much older, I guess. I'm a little disappointed they didn't get voiceovers for, like, all the characters on the show, all the characters on the show. It would have been great to actually, instead of doing my version of Janeway's voice, to actually have Janeway speaking for Janeway. That would have been great. I think they also needed more variations in the points of interest. It was the same, like, every time. There's like maybe 2 options for each resource type, and it's like, we need way more options. Especially how often you go there. How many derelict space stations and ships are there out in space? Like, come on. They should have came up with a lot more. Yeah, I was talking about that with my friend, the Husky Den on YouTube, or Abrexis on Twitch, depending where he watches from. I'm glad he watches from YouTube. I'm trying to get my YouTube. I need to get my YouTube channel to 500 subscribers, and I'm eligible for monetization. I meet every other requirement except for the fact that I'm stuck at 75 subscribers for some reason. Nobody ever seems to subscribe. If you're watching on YouTube, please hit that button. It'll mean a lot to me. You have no idea. We only need 425 more. That's not that many.
Anyways, we're talking. I would have liked to, if I had my way and I could have designed the game. Instead of being chapters like they have it, I would have had it so that you're Voyager and you're much closer to the ship in view. When you build, the ship would have had the decks like it, but you would have also had left to right. And there would be times where the ship's boarded and you would actually have to defend the ship. That way you could see the security team shooting phasers and stuff. I would also have it, like, instead of the way they had it, have it so that it's one continuous flight towards the Alpha Quadrant, towards Earth. So you don't do the chapters. You have the chapters happen through what story events you engage with, but then don't do chapters in general. Just have events happen. So what it would be is you'd have Voyager. The systems would be smaller, but there would be like 1,000 systems between you and Earth, and you travel kind of like in Star Trek Online when you're at warp. So you're traveling through the systems, you'll see the stars coming, and you get to pick what stars you go to, and have events happen like, oh, Captain, we detected something off this way. Okay, let's go find out what that is. And then you actually fly the ship that way, get to engage with it, and then keep on setting course. If you're getting attacked by the Kazon a lot, maybe you avoid systems for a few days, right? Make sure you have enough storage of deuterium, food, whatever you need, and try to outrun them. And then you'd actually, like, when fights happen, you could actually see ships coming at you and trying to intercept. And with Voyager being so fast, there'd be times where you could just outmaneuver and avoid the fight if you wanted to. And that way it'd be one continuous adventure. You'd have more stuff to build on the ship. I would want more options there. Because in the game, or in Star Trek lore, and like the way it's set up in the shows, the ships aren't just powered by the warp core. The warp core is for going to warp. They also have fusion reactors and stuff for extra power. So it would have been nice to be able to have that extra stuff. And like you said, away missions would have been really cool if it's just not reading. Oh, but my biggest complaint is they have these beautiful 3D graphics and they barely use them. So I would like combat to be more like Starfleet Command. Just a little bit more in-depth combat, and maybe not limit the number of allies you could have. Like, if you're able to jigger up a small little fleet to defend yourself, all right. Any ship lost should be lost with all crew. If a crewman dies, like say Tuvok for whatever reason dies, you get 2 Vics, whatever. Anytime a crew's merged with a person, you should still be able to use that person. Like 2 Vics should have been any time that Tuvok was required. 2 Vics should have been enough. Like teaching Kes how to control her mental abilities. I didn't get to do that because I had 2 Vics. But 2 Vics knows all about the mental shit, and he probably has Klingon telepathy, or Klingon. He probably has Vulcan telepathy anyways. So why couldn't I teach Kes how to control her powers using 2 Vics? Right? That should have been an option. So combat. I'm missing something I wanted to talk about on that point if I was making it mine. I mentioned improving the combat, getting away missions. Oh yeah, so instead of any time where the game just gave you a freeze frame picture of it, I rather would have liked to see in-game graphics. Like if it's like, oh, we got a Borg ship coming in. Actually show a 3D animation. They have these beautiful models. The game looks great. Show it off. Get away from these still pictures and start using in-game graphics more. I think that's how I would have done it. Exactly that. Could have done XCOM style. Could have been a very good option. I think I wouldn't want it. I think I would want it more like Alien Dark Descent. It's real time with abilities and pause, but and not limited to just one crew of 4, obviously. Like, you'd have crew all over the place. So maybe a little bit like Alien Dark Descent meets the RimWorld combat. All in all, I really like the game. And the reason I'm so critical and on it is because the more I like a game, the more I wish I can see the potential. It could have been so much more. It's really good as is. I wish they came up with more away mission stuff to do. Or even like ways to like, why could I not use the holodeck to train my personnel for my low level people to try to get them higher levels? Maybe it's limited to the level of your holodeck times 2 or 3 as the max level. Say times 2. That way you could get everybody at least up to level 6 by times you have a level 3 holodeck. Although level 3 holodeck's tier 5, so maybe make it times 3. Because that way if you have a level 3 holodeck, you could get everyone up to level 9. Now that's still spending time and money on doing that. And make it so they're unavailable while they're training. You could even have the training be an away mission thing. It would be great. Like just a simulated mission. Have it randomly generate from like a bunch of parts. And not even random. I say random because that's the way most people would think of it, but like procedurally generated. So it'd be follow a bunch of rules and piece things together in a certain way. It could have been really cool. But I missed the, like we didn't get to do the whole the Year of Hell storyline where Voyager's beat to shit and we're trying to keep from getting erased temporally and all that stuff. We didn't have more stuff of 8472. Exactly. We didn't get Janeway trying to fight off the fate. Janeway is way underused. In the show, she occasionally went on away missions. You're telling me she can't command the ship in combat and have her own maneuvers and stuff? Like, let Janeway be more useful than she is. But yeah, I think the game could have been so much more than it is. But as it is, I still really liked it. It's just they clearly missed some things. Especially, like I said, like the not being able to have Tuvix do Tuvok stuff. Because as soon as I save Tuvix, the only thing he's good for now is the story events. He doesn't get any of the big things that have outcomes. He only gets to go on away team stuff and help during a fight. He wasn't that great during a fight. Like, he wasn't bad. But he also, like, if you take Tuvok and Tuvix together, or Tuvok and Neelix and put them together, they, like, he went down to 2 skills. How come he didn't have all the skills of both of them? I feel like they could have done so much more with the characters as well. Instead of having the characters be so basic. Oh, that's what I was going to talk about. Okay, I just remember. So instead of having the characters be so basic, where they only get 3 skills and maybe a race. They get 3 skills, a race, and maybe like a special modifier like, oh, inventive, survivalist, creative, whatever it is, right? I think they should have had a lot more detail on what their stats were, to the point where in the crew page you could bring it up, you'd have a list of the crew, and you could bring it up and see all their stats. And thanks to training and missions and that, like all the crew would get some like tiny bits of experience from fights and everything, like when we're fighting the ship and they're doing their job. And it's whatever job they're assigned to, right? So if you have them working on engineering, their engineering skill was to be slowly going up as they do stuff. And like if Tuvok died, rather than giving a clone of Tuvok and then you just don't get Tuvok in events, you should have to pick from your list of personnel. It should show you the rank in that. You can see which ones and what skills they are and what specials they get and promote them. But it would have meant they would have to spend time actually fleshing out other characters. And they didn't do that, unfortunately. Yeah, Terran, that one episode where the Doctor is trying to correct that false history of Voyager being a combat ship and wreaking havoc across the quadrant in a quest of quadrant, that would have been a cool option, right? How about us doing that? Being able to do that. But like I said, I would have liked it more as one continuous journey rather than here's the chapter, here's the chapter, here's the chapter, here's the chapter. We barely got any Herosian stuff. If you had it where you can actually defend the ship, then you could have actually had the Herosian event where they take over Voyager and you have to win it back. That could have been a really cool thing. But also have it has to be based on our actions in the game. Like, that point where the Kazon take over Voyager, that's forced. You can't avoid that. I was kicking their ass, and we had way more, but because I didn't have Tuvok to be able to scan the logs, we weren't able to realize who was doing the sabotage. So we lost Voyager, which is like, come on. Nobody else in the ship could do that and find out who was doing it. Makes no sense. Had they done it where it's based on the crew, like all the crew had stats,
and abilities of that, and it based on what you've done in the game. We could have had someone else try to do it and maybe found out. Would have been great. But there was times where like you'd win a fight and the story's like, okay, you won the fight, but the story says Voyager's still captured. Like, it's like, come on. So I would have liked it where, depending if you're good enough and you fight well enough, like maybe the Herosian try and take over Voyager. It never happens because I'm able to fight them off because my Voyager isn't just phasers and photons. My Voyager has disruptors and Borg cutting beams and shield matrices and stuff. Like, you know what I mean? Like, my Voyager was a powerhouse. And it would have been nice. And it would have been cool, though, too, if the concept of failing forwards needs to be done. Like, maybe us doing a mining thing and it goes wrong doesn't mean we didn't get the resources. Perhaps we got the resources, but people died, which is horrible. Or people are severely injured, which is horrible. But that affects what you can do and what operations you can run. And if it was made the way that I like, where the characters are much more fleshed out and detailed, and you have all the crew doing something, it becomes a much bigger deal when the people get injured, because maybe now we can't run systems that you need, or you just don't have the skill to run it well. I just think it could have been so much more. But it was well done. How long did we put that into that save? Does it say? 36 hours, I think? Or is that the time? Nope, so it took us about 37 hours to beat the game. Not bad. And it's got replayability. Unfortunately, the way it kind of forces you following the events rather than let you experience the journey yourself, making your own path. Like, yeah, you get some choices, which is great, but I don't know. It's 8 o'clock. Good, I can take some pain meds. My leg is killing me today. I swear it's the weather, because we have weather that's going... It gets hot during the day, and then it goes cold, and then we get so much rain. And my nerve damage, I have, for those who don't know, most people know, I have complex regional pain syndrome, which is just ungodly amounts of pain coming up from my ankles. I broke my ankles and something went wrong with the healing, and now my life is continuous pain. But you guys being here and playing the games, it really helps to get my mind off it and focus on other things, which I appreciate so much. You guys have no idea. There's 9 endings, so a completionist could play it 9 times. I didn't realize there's only 9 endings. Like, come on. Well, we experienced 2 so far, because I did do the first thing I did was go home from the very beginning. You love being here? I'm glad you love being here, Inky. I wish you could be here in person, Nicole. What can we say? Inky's my sister. One of my most steadfast followers. She's got the longest watch streak like ever. She's almost to like 100 streams in a row. All right. Let's see what the new options we can do. There is a Year of Hell option, the ultimate stress test, recommended for players who have already completed survival mode and wish to put their skills to the test. Less resources, combat's harder, dialogues and way missions are more challenging, and homesickness is a major. Homesickness I hate. Homesickness is stupid. That's my other biggest complaint. I had so much time where Chakotay's popping up saying there's homesickness, but my morale is at freaking max level, and then people are getting in fight because they're homesick and they're upset. How am I at perfect morale? Like, my morale should affect that kind of shit. Only once did we ever dip down to close to becoming low morale. And I think we went down to like 830 or something. Like, I don't think we actually dipped below 800, which is when the low morale starts. All right, let's see. Custom options. They added this since I started it. So survival level puts things like that.
Year of Hell. Difficult. 25% more longer construction and research times. Crew treatment times. Away missions are difficult. Away mission XP is 100%. Points of interest outcomes are default. Combat enemies are strong. Resources are scarce. Base storage capacity is 100. Morale. Mutiny is an option? Homesickness morale penalty per sector. 0. Spent too much time in a sector. Disabled. It doesn't matter what turn it starts on because I disabled it. Disable manual saving and autosaves will occur after each event. That's tempting. So you can have 50, 75, or 100% storage. You can. Okay, you can increase it to more base storage. I think the base storage was too low, to be honest. 100 of each resources. Like what is it? I think it's 100 deuterium, not deuterium. 100 duranium and tritanium, 1,000 food, and I think 1,000. Is it 1,000 fuel, or is it more than that for the fuel? Is it the deuterium? I can't remember the deuterium starting. Deposits are scarce. What are the options here? Scarce, very scarce. Limited, plentiful, abundant. What's the normal setting? Okay, so this is Year of Hell, but no morale penalty. Although that might be too easy. I guess the homesick penalty is fine. It's the spent too much time in a sector I don't like. I like exploring the sectors completely. So we could leave that back at, what was it, 7 I think it was at? Might be too much at 10. What does it go up to, I wonder? Oh, 10 is the max. So a morale penalty since Sector 3 gets worse with each sector. So 3, we get up to what, like Sector 12 minus 3 would be, it gets up to like 80. Yeah. Extremely easy. Very difficult, extremely difficult. Alright, so you were talking with other across the universe streamers, and the episodes with the Maquis Mutiny holodeck episode would be extreme. Yeah, there's so many episodes that didn't happen. That, like, we didn't engage with, like I said, the temporal timeline thing. We didn't come across the Omega particle. We didn't have the whole Maquis holodeck training stuff. Yeah. There's so many great episodes, but I think a lot of those, the holodeck was underused. Like I said, if they actually had the crew, where the crew is a much bigger thing, because then you'd be spending time trying to train your crew as you fly. Man, I can picture in my head exactly how the game would look if it was made to the way I was talking about, and oh my god, I wish it existed. I kind of want to try modding it, but I don't know what you have to do the modding, and I don't think right now would be the time to check it out. Away mission challenges. Well, if they're tougher, let's give more XP. Points of interest. More likely, much more likely, extremely likely. Much less likely. Oh. I wish there was an option for the number of away missions, story engagement. Bird needs attention. Already. Q! I don't think we even engaged with Q this whole time when we played. Like, that's a big miss. Come on. So many things that we didn't engage with. All right. Captain of the USS Voyager. Manage your ship and crew. Plot a course through procedurally generated star systems.
So, a few days back, this Captain Janeway.
Like, look how good
breezes
the
into
ships
my
and
cozy
space
pillow
stations
colony
look.
Like she owns the place. She's stern and smells like coffee and regulations. And the kicker? She's served with my old man on the Albatani. Turns out her security chief, Tuvok, was playing spy on a Maquis ship that vanished in the Badlands. Now Janeway needs that missing ship found, and because of my past associations, I'm apparently the resident expert on the Badlands. I find the missing Maquis, she puts in a good word for me at my next parole review. Simple. Still, the view is infinitely better than a holding cell. It's not every day you get a front row seat on a brand new Intrepid-class starship's maiden voyage. The USS Voyager. Might even get to touch the helm.
Ship's got some nice lines to it. All right. Gentlemen, welcome to Voyager. Ensign Kim, you're fresh from the academy, ready for your first deep space assignment? Reporting for duty, Captain. It's an honor to be here. I hope I live up to your expectations. Ensign Kim, I trust you already met Tom Paris, our esteemed observer, former Maquis pilot who will help us reach the Badlands from the Maquis vessel. Yeah. I also like the Luna class and the Akira class. But I think the Intrepid. It's got so many amenities. It's a beautiful little ship. Oh, that's the other thing. If you actually have the ship where it's like full 3D, like left, right, and up and down, and each level, being able to do upgrades to it, like eventually upgrading the ship to have hollow emitters everywhere, so the Doctor can roam the ship and be freed up, would have been really cool too. Because that's something that happens in the show, and you didn't get to do that here. Like, admittedly, it was the Rosians did most of the upgrading. It would have been cool to be able to do yourself. With all due respect, ma'am, observer is hardly a title befitting my talents. I'm the best damn pilot in the sector. Call me pilot extraordinaire, Ensign. The Maquis. Wow. I've heard a lot of stories about them. Relax. I was with the Maquis only for a few weeks before I was captured and sent to a lovely little penal colony in New Zealand. The fact that the penal colony is in New Zealand, your punishment is you were sent to paradise. Yes. Like, sure, he had to work on that little farm, like the managing the trees or whatever, but it's still nice. It is small compared to a Galaxy class, but Constitution? Like, are you talking like Kirk's Constitution? It's way bigger than Kirk's Constitution. Not by a lot, though. More interior volume, I think, because of the way the shapes of it. I got 3D printed models to scale to each other. I can go grab them. I even got, I did 1 millimeter is 1 meter. I have a Galaxy class. It's like 2.5, 3 feet long, and 1.5 feet wide. It's huge. Penal colony. Enough chatter, gentlemen. All hands, this is the captain. Report to your stations. Helm, take us into the Badlands. Maximum warp. Look how good the graphics are. They should do this stuff way more often. Like this right here is my complaint. Less of this, more of what we just had getting to this. The Badlands, a treacherous region of space where violent plasma storms can cripple even the most advanced starships. Captain Janeway observes the swirling chaos from the view screen, a subtle smile playing on her lips. She's ready for the challenge. Scanner's picking up no other vessels in the system, Captain. Your time to shine, Mr. Paris. Any idea where your former colleagues might be hiding? It wasn't exactly Maquis of the Year, Captain. But they did prefer underground bases and remote planets. Captain, I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm reading a coherent Tetrion beam scanning us and some kind of displacement wave heading towards us. Colossal wave of turbulent energy surges towards Voyager, power dwarfing anything the crew has ever seen. With no time to analyze the threat, emergency measures are initiated. Red alert, helm, evasive maneuvers. Too late, the wave will hit us in 5 seconds. Brace for impact. Dangerous question. Favorite captain? That is a hard one. Like if you ask me, like, maybe this will help me narrow it down. Kirk versus Picard. Picard, hands down. Like, I really liked Enterprise. Archer was, I thought, really good. I don't know, man. That's such a hard choice. Like, Janeway is actually, I think, a really good captain, even though she made some odd choices. But I think the choices that she was forced into were based on constraints of the show, more than what she would have actually have done if she was a real character, like a real person making the choices they had the character make. Because sometimes, like, the show has to reset, and you have to have certain, like, you can't have just. At the time, getting rid of a main character wasn't a thing. So, like, Tuvix, he was always going to get gone because he was a guest star. He wasn't the main character. And you get your main characters back because shows reset to the status norm back in those days, right? We didn't really have too many shows like Babylon 5 and Deep Space Nine where things progressed based on previous episodes. And Deep Space Nine didn't always do it. But for the most part, it did. It would have been nice if Voyager followed the same thing. Because then the entire series could have been a little bit like the Year of Hell. Just not necessarily at that bad a condition. Alright, still, favorite captain. I really like Sisko. I think if I had to rank them, and the top, like, it's very, very close. On different days, it might even be one over the other. Like, the order might change up. But I guess I'd go Sisko, Archer, Picard, Janeway, then Kirk. But again, Janeway, Archer, and Picard are almost tied most of the time. And Picard was a little bit passive on the show, I found. Well, that's because he always he followed Starfleet regulation and he sent his number one, right? So Riker got all that action. It would have been nice to see Picard do more. Because, like, if you see him when you see him in action in the movies, he's very capable. Like, he could have been so much cooler than they showed him in the show. So yeah, I guess I'd put it, upon further reflection, Sisko, Archer, Janeway, and Picard are kind of tied. I really like Picard, like the actor, like Sir Patrick Stewart. Such a great person. But yeah. I think that's how I'd do it. I don't even think Kirk is that close. I guess Pike. We have to keep Pike from Strange New Worlds. I'd have to say, despite Pike being really good,
he's not ballsy enough. He needs to be a little bit more Kirk in him, I think. So I guess I'd leave Kirk above Pike. But I do really like the guy that plays Pike. I think he does a great job as Pike. I like most of the show. These newer seasons are getting a little bit more like, really? Like, that makes no sense. Like, why would why would 4 people raised as humans with human prejudices, when they get Vulcan DNA, they suddenly think they're better because they're Vulcan? That makes no sense. They wouldn't be that prejudiced against humans and anti-Vulcans. And for them to be all of a sudden so much better than they were made no sense, because the Vulcan aren't that good. Like, we've seen Vulcans doing their job in the show before, and they didn't just completely outpace humans. But apparently 4 humans transformed to Vulcans are like super Vulcan. I hated that episode. Because they also became instantly racist. Like that was the logical thing, was to become racist against half Vulcan and humans. Like, come on. Trying to think. If we're keeping the new Star Trek stuff in, other captains, we'd have to consider Saru, Burnham, that bad guy from the first season, Lorca, and I would have liked to see more of her. I think Star Trek Discovery would have been a better show if it wasn't on Discovery, but if it actually followed Captain Giorgio and the crew of the Shenzhou. I love the Shenzhou. Such a cool ship. The Walker class is a really cool design. And it would have been cooler if they were, like, it was following them, I think. Rather than, Space Jesus Michael Burnham. But, yeah. I'd put Captain Giorgio pretty high up there. I really... because we know she's a badass martial arts artist. Because we see what she can do when she's the Terran version, like the evil version of her, the Empress, right? So imagine that that capability tempered by Prime Universe, Starfleet philosophy and principles, right? She'd basically be like, she's got the philosophy of Picard with the combat capability of like beyond even Kirk. Like, she's a hell of a badass. So maybe Giorgio should be up there, just above Janeway. But we didn't get to see her enough to really say. We saw her for like one away mission, I think. Oh man, I just knocked my water over. Oh, I'm almost out of water. I'm not sure I really feel like doing another playthrough of this right now. Maybe we should change games. Damage report. Hull damage. Major hull and deck damage. The transporter's offline and we're receiving casualty reports. Bridge to sickbay. Doctor, I've got injured crew on the bridge. Well, you got injured doctor in the sickbay. Doctor? Damn. Captain, we're losing systems across multiple decks. Deuterium tanks are empty. Warp cores gone to gray mode. We're on reserves. Barely. Mr. Paris, take the helm. Scan for the nearest deuterium source. External sensors are offline. Stellar cartography must be down. Voyager's blind, Captain. Is it really even called stellar cartography right now? I thought it was like you have to upgrade it to get stellar cartography capabilities. Janeway to engineering. We need stellar cartography back online now. Oh, yeah. Captain, sensors picking up something out there, but what Harry's trying to stammer is we're not in the Badlands anymore. Ooh, that's a good idea. My engineer would be Trip. So let's see, building my own personal crew. Engineer is Trip. I'd want Hoshi, because she's my favorite character from that series. So Trip and Hoshi from Enterprise.
Let's see. We still need basically the data equivalent. We need a doctor. You know what? Voyager's EMH is a great doctor. I do like Beverly a lot, but Phlox is really cool too. Phlox is kind of weird though, but I liked Phlox. So we got our engineer, we got our communications. We need what? We need science, we need tactical, we need first officer. I went with the Voyager's EMH or my doctor. I would like to have O'Brien as my chief, like my transporter. I'd like to have my chief there. I like O'Brien. For security, can I have Odo? Is that an option, or is he not allowed because he's not technically Starfleet? Because Odo for security would be really good. Science. Have Data as my chief science officer. My number one. Could be Data. Like, Data could be the number one as well. But I like Riker. Riker's a really good first officer. And I still need security. So if I can't have Odo, it'd be Worf. LaForge is... yeah, I was a huge fan of Geordie LaForge. LeVar Burton's awesome. So for you, you're going with Janeway, first officers between Riker or T'Pol or Burnham. I'm not a huge fan of Burnham, but it's just, I think it's the way the show was done. Like, out of nowhere, having Spock's sister, like, adoptive sister, and the way they did it so much around her. Like, she's a little too capable. Because that's basically, like, trying to say, like, oh, if humans can be, like, do what Vulcans can, we'd be even better than most humans. Like, I don't love that idea. If you're sending a link, give me 1 second. I'll give you permission to send a link. Where's the button? Where's permit? No, don't. Oh, you know what? I think I have to do it from... No, it's not running. My chatbot's not running. There's the problem. That's why I can't find it. There we go. Forgot to turn on my chatbots for YouTube and Twitch. Give it 1 second. It's loading and I can give you permission. What the heck? Close that. For some reason the window isn't where it should be. There we go. Oh, you DM'd me Twitch. Perfect. When I finally got to the spot where I could give you permission, like, boom. Oh, well. All right. It was on Twitch. Where's my Twitch? Is over here. Oh, you're right. Okay, open image, a new tab. So this is our options? Okay, we can totally do this. Oh, they're allowing even Kira. I kind of have a bit of a thing for Kira. All right, so going through this, we'll start from the bottom, work our way up. The Orville's an option? Okay. Orville's a cool shit. I love that show. Orville. And season 4 is finally a go. We're actually going to have a season 4 of Orville. All right. As much as the NX-01 Enterprise, wherever that is on this list. Yeah, there it is. As much as it's my favorite Enterprise, I just love its design so much. I don't think I'd go with that. I think, yeah, I'm with you. I'd go with the Intrepid. It's the fastest of all these ships, and it's actually super powerful for its weight class. Like, it's more powerful than a Nebula class. It cannot take without upgrade. It couldn't take on an Enterprise without being upgraded. But it's a really cool ship. Like, or sorry, a Galaxy class. I mean. So I'd definitely go with Voyager. The inside's really nice. It's very capable. It's fast. All right. So wild cards. We get one wild card. You can have Q as a wild card, or the Doctors. Mel from Firefly. Oh, that's hilarious. Why is Charlie on this list? That makes no sense. You get Master Chief? Oh my goodness. I don't think we should count the wild cards. Because having a Master Chief, you basically have an unstoppable war machine on your ship that you can deploy at any time. So we'll ignore the wild cards. Although, like, the Doctor, 10th or 11th Doctor would be huge. Like, are you saying that Yoda and Obi-Wan, would they have force powers, or are they just people, right? These are way too overpowered to really fit. Like Q, he's all powerful and all knowledgeable. And why the frick is Kim Kardashian on this list? They're nothing. He's probably the only possible one, and honestly, he shouldn't be on wildcard. He should be as one of the captain choices. If you're going to include the Orville as an option for your ship, which honestly, besides being super fast and maneuverable, it's probably one of the weakest ships. But he should be a captain option. All right, so we're going to ignore wildcards. So auxiliary staff, you get to pick 5. Okay. Why is Tuvok down here? That makes no sense. Shouldn't Tuvok be like first officer or like security? All right. Okay, I'll be serious. Let's do this seriously. We get 5 of these. Giorgio should be an option for captain. Unless that's supposed to be Empress Giorgio. All right. We gotta take this seriously. So, okay. Hoshi, 100%. 709, 100%. All right. Data. Odo. Oh man, I could have Jadzia or Garrick. I can't have both. Garrick. We don't need Jadzia. We got 7 of 9, and we have Hoshi. We don't need Jadzia, as awesome as Jadzia is. So there we go. There's our 5. So Hoshi 7. Should we actually put this into a photo editor so I can put my choice together officially? But we're going with Hoshi, 7, Data, Odo, and Garrick. I like Garrick. He's a great character. And Odo's his like shape-shifting ability alone, right? Is so worth it. Chief Engineer. Oh, come on. You can't make me pick between O'Brien as my engineer. That means, like, we can only have one. We can't have Tucker and O'Brien. I want O'Brien as my, like,
on my team, but oh man, that's just mean. Okay, we'll wait for that. So Doctor, growing up, I had such a crush on Dr. Crusher. Her name was apt, very apt. All right, so we get one chief medical officer, one engineer, one first officer, and then one cap. Oh my god, this is so much harder now. You kind of have to go with O'Brien. He's supposed to be like the universe's most important person, remember? So you went Janeway, Riker, Doctor, Tucker, Seven, Detmer, Kelvin, Sulu, and Data. Voyager, and if we were doing wild cards, Shepard. Okay. Detmer, she wasn't bad, but she started questioning things, and she kind of had like a falling out of trust. But Detmer's pretty cool. Like, if you're going to pick from the Kelvin timeline, I'd probably go. Like, it depends. What Giorgio is this? Is this Captain Giorgio, or is she a captain up here? Yeah, she's not up here, so that could be Captain Giorgio, but that could be Empress Giorgio, right? Oh my god, these picks are hard. T'Pol's a really good option. Honestly, the different McCoys are basically the same character. Chief of Security, Reed or Tuvok. I went with Odo. Reed's got the better uniform. But Tuvok has, like, Reed is really good. He's super focused on the weapons and the security side of things, and very rigid command. Whereas Tuvok, he's almost like a half T'Pol because he's got a lot of science in him too. So I'd say between Reed and Tuvok, Tuvok's probably the better of the two. And that's why I went with Odo. Odo's very much, you tell him these are the rules you operate within, go do your thing. Odo will follow those rules. He's very like honest and to the point. He's very reliable. And as long as you keep him from getting obsessed with like Kira, he doesn't ever get, distracted. See, I think there should be a category for the chief of security. Like, security should be its own thing. Just like you have first officer, medical, engineer, there should be a security, and then you should get your auxiliary. All right. Saru is crazy capable. The universal translator apparently doesn't work for Saru, so he actually just learned like 100 languages or something. Well, he was on a station, not a ship. So there's different kind of rules you got to deal with. And he wasn't doing Starfleet rules, he was doing Bajoran rules. And by letting Quark do his thing, it gave him a known data point that everything went through. So him letting Quark, it seems kind of odd, but it's actually a very smart move, because then all you have to stay in the midst of the everything, you're keeping an eye on one person that you know very well. Also, in a pinch, Quark is trustworthy to go to do what's right for the station and himself, right? Like, he'll turn people in and give stuff to you rather than keep it for himself if it's really something bad. So he's actually a surprisingly good guy, honest character, even though he does manipulate, cheat, and steal and do all that. I really like Quark as a character. I don't like the way they had his brother Rom portrayed as like, I'm a bumbling idiot, but I'm also a kind of a savant. All right, man. My captains are between Archer, Janeway, Sisko, I think. Honestly, I think Archer's kind of like a mix of all three of these characters in one. He's probably, if you're making Archer, he's 2 parts Sisko, 2 parts Janeway, 1 part Picard, I think. Maybe a little bit more Sisko than Janeway. Because he's much more hands-on and doing stuff himself in away missions and everything, but I really liked him as a captain. Star Trek Enterprise is one of my favorites, to be honest. I really loved that show. All right. So Phlox gives you unusual methods. Although anything he knows should be in the Doctor's database. I'm definitely keeping with the Doctor from my Doctor. It's between Kira and T'Pol for my first officer. And I think it depends on what we're doing. If we're out there exploring unknown territories, I think T'Pol is probably the better option. If we're staying inside the Federation, protecting the border of the neutral zone, Kira, I think, is the better option. So it depends on our mission. But it'd be between, it would definitely be between Kira and T'Pol. And then I got the Doctor. So Chief Engineer. Ooh, this is really hard. I was so down for Tucker. Man, all of these are great choices. Such a hard choice. Like, I don't think they show it enough in the show. Like, they give hints about it. Like, they say Taurus is a very creative sort, but O'Brien is able to, like, cobble things together and get stuff working that you wouldn't expect. Chief O'Brien's actually a really good option. Again, if we're operating on our own beyond Starfleet borders, or are we operating within Starfleet borders? Like, but basically not, are we staying within a region of space, kind of like Deep Space Nine was? Like, in that case, getting one thing going and customized and fully integrated, O'Brien's definitely the choice. If we're on a ship exploring and we're beyond Federation bounds, ooh, man, like Tucker helped help get the Warp 5 engine working. He optimized and perfected it. With the help of, like, Reed helped make phasers as we know them, though, for Reed. That's a good point for him. Yeah.
I think the problem with the Dr. Bashir is I don't think they came up with that whole, oh, he's secretly a genetically engineered super doctor early on. I think for like maybe the first 3 seasons, that wasn't a thing. But they came up with it for that story. Like, it's a good thing, and then they kind of changed to have him behave that way. As the super doctor, he's pretty good. Bashir's a great doctor. Pulaski's actually an underrated doctor. She was kind of hated because she replaced Crusher, but she was actually a pretty good doctor. Yeah, I guess I'm going to keep with... My 3 choices would be between these 3. And I think it'd be in the order, probably the Doctor, Bashir, and Phlox, kind of tied, but just below. I think I'd definitely stick with the Doctor. As for engineer, for me, I think it's O'Brien. I really like Tucker. I really like Torres and Geordi. But yeah, I think we have our crew, don't we? So I'm going with Janeway as well. So yeah, so Janeway, if we're exploring beyond our area to Paul for that extra science knowledge, if we're exploring unknown space, if or off on our own somewhere, basically. If we're inside Starfleet defending a border against whoever, Kira. Because then I need to be a little bit more military focused. And Kira brings quite a lot to that, I believe. But yeah, to Paul. The Doctor, Chief O'Brien. Now, the big thing with the Chief, he probably wouldn't be an option just because he would have to leave Keiko and Molly. Because after the Galaxy class, the Federation kind of pulled away from having families on board ships, right? After the Enterprise went down the way it did, it seemed. Especially when they were much more military and like a war's going on. I'm surprised Jake's an option. Like, I guess if you want a writer, someone who's kind of wishy-washy and doesn't want to make a choice for himself a lot of the time. Your choice of wild card was, I think, under most circumstances, Shepard as a FemShep as the wild card is a great option. Especially thinking like Q's way too powerful. He can just so Q shouldn't even be on this list. But like if you're in a war situation, Master Chief, he's basically unstoppable. He's got personal shields. He's got armor when the shields fail. And he's an expert and superhuman strength and everything. Like, Master Chief is a huge option. So these would be between those two as my wild card. I don't really think the wild card should be on there, though. Because then, like, if you take one of the doctors, you got someone who can't really die, who knows how to do time travel, has his own vessel for going beyond time and space. Like, way too much knowledge and power. And the Intrepid out of all these, because unless you're saying like it's going to have the equivalent power of for whatever region you're in, like even say we're doing like a Voyager era, and you went with an NX, it'd be like powered scaled to Voyager era. Yeah, I think Enterprise was great because it actually kind of looked like, to me, I felt like what we might actually do if we went to Star Trek tech. Like, it still had our technology with touch panels. It looked kind of like a submarine on the inside, right? Like, it was much more bare bones. Voyager is kind of like a luxury liner in space. The Galaxy class is a little too big, if you ask me. That's very powerful. Yeah, I'd go with the Intrepid.
Even if we're like, again, it's the fastest ship on here pretty much. If we're out exploring beyond our way, or defending a border, because it's actually a powerful little ship, especially thanks to its maneuverability and everything. There we go. We have our options there. We picked our crew. We got Hoshi. We got Seven. We got Data. Like between those three, we cover like all stuff we need for science. And okay, and I went with Garrick and Odo. I just think having a shape changer on your ship gives you such versatility on stuff you could do. And Garrick gives you the spy aspect and knowledge. Although Georgia Hugh shouldn't be down here. Hugh should be an option for Doctor. He was a great he was like one of my favorite characters from Discovery. I really liked Hugh. And if it's on the ship, I think Odo being on a Starfleet ship as like chief of security, at that point he's committed to being Starfleet, and he would follow the rules a little bit better, I think. So yeah, I get the only one I'm a little not sure of is Garrick. Like Garrick might be a good one to swap out for somebody. I really love his character portrayal. Like I guess if I had to swap someone out, again, it depends on our mission, right? If we're doing it where we're out on ourselves beyond Starfleet borders, I'm not sure how much of a help Garrick would actually be there. He's very capable, he's knowledgeable, but his knowledge is very based in politics and intrigue and spycraft, and his knowledge is mostly around the Cardassian Empire. So if we're nowhere near the Cardassian Empire and not dealing with them regularly, his use kind of drops a bit. I guess technically I don't really have a pilot. Like Data could do my piloting, but he'd definitely be my third in command. Like he'd be the second like after my first officer, after T'Pol, it'd be Data. Hoshi is kind of like mathematics and languages. Seven is like engineering and general science because of her Borg knowledge. Odo would be security, so I don't need a Tuvok. I guess I do need a pilot, don't I? Wesley? I actually wasn't bad. I didn't mind Wesley. I don't like the way they went with him in the end. But I didn't mind Wesley. But again, I was of the right age to be like, oh, I wish I could be Wesley, right? Growing up with Star Trek Next Generation, Wesley was only a few years older than me. So I was kind of like at just the right age to kind of try to picture myself in Wesley's shoes. So for Helm, Detmer, Sulu, or Paris? Travis is actually a great one, too.
think for my piloting, I'd go with Travis. So swap Garrick for Travis. So we got Hoshi, Travis, 7, Data, Odo. We got Chief O'Brien. If we're in local space, so he can be near his wife, I guess. If we can't, if we're like out and about on our own. Alana, when I watched Voyager, I had a crush on B'Elanna. We went with Paul, the Doctor. I'm tempted to say Tucker just so that we're not stacking it with like all women. But then again, I guess I did take Travis and Data and Odo. It's not all women. Yeah, I don't think the wild card should count. Mercer should be an option for captain, not a wild card. And the rest of the wild cards, the range of abilities is far too random. Again, it depends on the mission. So much depends on the mission that we have to do. I'm assuming it's that we're going beyond Starfleet borders and we're exploring space on our, for the most part, on our own. Being recalled if we need to, or having assistants meet up with us if needed. But generally, we're on our own. Like, if you need a captain that can get their hands dirty, you want Cisco. But if you're out on the road and you're trying to represent the Federation and show your ideals, you want Janeway. She is hard and fast. You got to stand for your principles type of character. All right. So we're going Janeway to Paul. She's got vast knowledge and she's very sciencely inclined. And if we're beyond Federation borders, we're exploring the unknown for real. We need sciences. Medical officer, I went with the Doctor. See, Torres is willing to go outside the lines a little bit. O'Brien's much more by the book, but he'll do whatever it takes to get the technology done. I'm a big fan of Tucker, though. Oh, man, this is actually hard. He wouldn't have the spore drive, but he is modified where he could interface with one. You just have to find a way to retroactively redo your ship to fit a spore drive. I think the spore drive was poorly done. Like, I don't mind the idea of instantaneous jumps, but the way they did it, where they were able to do, like, rapid consecutive jumps where they're like, boom, 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 while fighting, that's too much. Like, it made for a cool story beat, but it makes the technology far too powerful. So yeah, oh man. Brian, Tucker, or Torres. It'd definitely be these three. I think these two are better operating beyond the borders, and then he's inside the borders of the Federation. Just because he'd want to be able to go see his family on a regular basis, or have them on board. And if we're doing something relatively safe, I'm all for having his family there or being able to visit. But if we're going beyond the area and we're exploring unknown space, Tucker or Torres, I think both would be good options. I kind of feel like Enterprise didn't really give Tucker enough to room to shine on his own. You never got to really see him create anything. Although he did find a way to stabilize his ship, right? Like the warp 5, so that it went by compressing the plasma stream, he made it so that the warp drive stabilized at beyond warp 5. So like he's got some. I think Torres, if you're needs creative stuff. And then I went Data, Odo, 7, Hoshi. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. And for piloting, Travis. Though you mentioning Detmer, she could be a good option too. You know what? I'll go with Detmer just because that way I represent Discovery as well. Otherwise, I have no one from Discovery. This way I have someone from every show, I think. I got Data from Next Generation. We got Odo from DS9. We got Janeway and Torres and 7 from Voyager. We got O'Brien as well. Oh, no, I went with Torres for Voyager as well. From Enterprise, we got Hoshi. So Detmer for a pilot. Because her handling the navigations, and she did some really good stuff on her show. I think she's a good option. And that's just so that we can actually get Discovery in there as well. That way we represent every show. So the rules. 2 for the cost of 3 auxiliary staff. You can get anyone from the above categories. And I'm on an Intrepid class. So we get 1 captain. We got our first officer as chief examiner. So we could give up 1 of our auxiliary and get a second from the above categories here. So basically, I'd have to give up 2 people, and then we could have another up top. I didn't see that rule. For the cost of 3 auxiliary staff... Oh, sorry. For the cost of 3 auxiliary staff, you can get anyone from the above. That's too expensive. If it was 2, because then you're bringing yourself down to 3 auxiliary. But if you're only getting 2 auxiliary just to get 1 more up top, and then drop the wildcard. You know what? Drop the wildcard option because they're way too OP. But make it so that for the cost of 2 auxiliary, you could have another from the top. Ooh. Would I drop anyone to get like Kira? You know, I don't think I'd drop anyone on my team. Because I need a pilot, so I'm not getting rid of Detmer. I'm not getting rid of Hoshi. Or 7, or Data. They're far too capable. Like having those 3, you got like some of the 3 of the best minds ever in Starfleet. Mercer? Oh, yeah. Just joking around. Yeah. I think Mercer should be one of the captain options, honestly. Since they included the Orville as a ship. And the Orville as a ship is a little bit smaller than an Intrepid. It's a small ship. But it's very nice interior. Very spaciously set up. It's got much smaller crew complement as well. But I definitely think he should be kind of like a captain.
What I like about the show, I felt with Orville, the first season was a little too much of the jokes, but as the show goes on and he starts focusing more and more on the Star Trek stories, the show just got better and better. I can't wait for season 4. Yeah, I think I'm standing by mine. So Janeway to Paul, the Doctor. Then I got Torres. Then Data, Odo, Seven, Hoshi, and Detmer. And Detmer is, because I think she's just as good as Sulu or Travis. I think they're all equally capable. But I wanted to represent all the shows up to Discovery anyway, right? So I have someone from Discovery, Voyager, Enterprise, The Next Generation, and Deep Space Nine. Like, we covered all the shows. I just like 2 weeks ago watched First Contact, I think. I started watching a bunch of the Star Trek. I watched Star Trek 1, 2, and fell asleep during 3 and 4. And then I watched Generations, but I fell asleep. And then I watched, because a lot of times I was putting them on while it was just before bed. But when I watched First Contact, I watched the whole thing. It was a good movie. I started watching the one in the Briar Patch, but I haven't finished it yet. Or rewatching, I should say. I find it's not quite, like, the way they set it up where Data went rogue like that, I thought was kind of weird. I watched Nemesis again recently. It was really good. All right. So we got our pick. There's my pick. It's a decent option to select. I like the change. Drop the wild cards, and you get 5 auxiliary, but you could drop 2 to get 1 more from the tops if you want. Losing any, like, if you only have 5 auxiliary as your main crew, like, to be your main crew and your bridge crew or whatever, losing 2 people just to get 1 is a big hit. Right? Like, you're losing 1 person overall, but see, before you mentioned the piloting, I almost forgot to have, like, a dedicated first class pilot. So basically, it's like having a hero class for all stuff. Imagine not having like someone that was like a hero level character for your pilot, and you're just using a generic ensign. Like, ooh, that could be bad. Yeah, that's a good idea. Definitely share this going through and making the picks. It's a good option. All right, you know what? Let's bring up, where's GIMP? Boop. I'm going to bring all my picks into one spot. Copy. All right. File. Create from clipboard. All right. Duplicate. And I'm not used to using my TV at 4K. Okay, we want an alpha channel for sure. Okay, so now I can erase the ones I didn't pick real quick. Sorry, Picard.
Why is my mouse not moving over? Oh well. Oh, it didn't do it. What the heck? I was holding the button down to add to the selection. Fine, I guess I'll just delete one at a time. We're going to put like a mask there so that they come out kind of darker. So you'll see them like faded underneath. Okay. No. Sorry, Riker. I think you're a good choice, but no. Interesting they didn't give you the option of the Strange New World Spock. Saru, I think, would have been a great option. Especially when it's like when he's been gone past being the coward. Oh, saying no to Kira is a hard one. I had such a crush on the Na visitor. Sorry, Grumpy McCoy. Grumpy. Pubescent me is disappointed in that last deletion. I love the actor that plays Kelvin McCoy. These are definitely my top picks there. But in the end, the Doctor wins out. This Scotty's a funny one. The show did not use Trip to the best they could have. All right, I decided as a mission beyond Federation space. I went with Torres. You get rid of Wesley and Yar and Troy. You know, I just realized I don't have anyone from the original timeline, do I? From TOS. Not only is Nicole DeBoer, the actress that played Esri Dax, super cute, she's also Canadian. So deleting that one's hard. Quark would be a good option if you're doing like a commerce thing. Like if trade's going to be a big part. Oh, what the heck? It zoomed in. Get rid of Jake. Why is it zooming in? Nog actually became a really good Starfleet officer, I thought. All right. Cass with long hair looked really good. Get rid of Tuvok. I'll leave Garrick there for now, but don't like traitorous asshats, so get rid of that guy. Tilly was too much of a bumbling idiot. Stamets is too much of an asshole. Uhura is too much of a distraction. May he rest in peace. The actor that played Chekhov in the Kelvin timeline. Who's that? All right. We did not go with Paris or Reed, although great officers in their own right. Travis or Harry. Oscar Kuhn. I don't remember enough about Arium to say much. Hugh should be in the doctor section. He was a great doctor. He's like my favorite character from Discovery, I think. Besides Giorgio. And they didn't explain what Giorgio is that. Like, is that Empress Giorgio or the Captain Giorgio? If so, Captain should be in the Captain section. And then, of course, wild cards, we're just cutting that out completely. Although, I'm with you. It'd either be Femshep or Master Chief. All right. As for the ships, we're going with Voyager. I'm disappointed they didn't give you different versions of the Enterprise, because the refit Enterprise is such a beautiful ship. Like, that's not Enterprise A, is it? Isn't that the... Is this... That's Discovery's Enterprise, or Strange New Worlds Enterprise. I'm not sure if that actually counts as the A, because isn't the A the one with the square nacelles from the movie? Such a beautiful ship. The redesign of the Enterprise for the movie was gorgeous. The Kelvin Universe version was way too big. I didn't love it much. The Vengeance, I didn't even notice that was one of the options. ISS Karen. I don't remember what ship this is. If they showed the Shenzhou as an option, maybe I would have thought about it, but Voyager's still the best option there. All right, so I need to dump and swap. Okay, we're gonna go black. Thank you. And why is it not working? Passage 100%. Okay, bucket fill. Oh, I think I know why. There we go. It's because I still had the spot selected, I think, down here. Oh, I forgot to cover up Jadzia. 1 second. And I got rid of Garrick. He'd be great if you're doing spy stuff. But there we go. There's our pick. So now I need paint. We can drop the opacity, say 50%. Okay. And then paint. Shows how poor a job I did with the selecting everything. All the colors popping in as soon as I put the 50% marker on. All right, so there's my choices. And then should I actually have done it darker to fade them out more? Let's try 70 some odd. How's that look when I put them back in? Yeah, that sounds a lot better. Just looks so dark when it's all by itself. Oh, I forgot the ships. All right, block out the ships. What does it look so much darker up here? Is it compounding it? So we need to do like the 50 and then the 70. Yeah, that's what it was. All right. So you can still see what the other options are, but I think it stands out which ones I picked. And we need to change this to be no wild cards. Okay, and then we can 100% over. And it didn't matter, but I wanted that to say 2. Guess I could just change that by selecting it. There's the brush, I think. Size. Go down to like, no, that's too big. All right. So oh, opacity is not there. I'm not seeing the opacity spot. Okay, and make the color white. Come on. All right, get rid of this. Now I'll just do it by hand myself. All right, and then we flop around. Come on, flip. There we go. So a 2 would be. It's not the best 2, but it reads, right? There we go. My choices. And to clean it up, I'm going to move the bottom part up to line up with the top. Okay. Oh, we don't want that. We want like right about there. Then we delete. Select the other side. Delete. Can I merge them? Let's see. We'll duplicate it just so we keep the original, hide it. And then this one can, there's a merge down, right? Merge visible layers. All right. And then I just need to take this, Control X, Control V, and oh, can we just move it up? Wait. Boy, I forgot to spread it. One second, everybody. I need to be able to read it better. Playing at my 4K that's 15 feet away from me is not the best read. All right, there is a layer to image size. There we go. And then when I select the bottom, Control X, Control V. You can move it up. Why is it not moving? Okay. Is there a grab thing? Here, move. Oh, there we go. Now it's working. Okay, and then march down. Is there a way to crop so I can get rid of this thing easily? Edit. There should be an option for the, is it an image actually? Canvas size, here we go. And height needs to go down quite a lot. If we went down, I don't know, 1,000 pixels. Right. Resize it for a second. That's too far. So, image. Oh, can't. Oh, here we go. There's a fit to canvas. Do selection. Okay, so if I select from here, aha. All right. So if I go hide the bottom layer, that's just the ship. I thought I merged that down already. And then we got the original layer down below, minus the wildcards, apparently. All right, so if we select from there and up, Control X, V to put it back. Okay, so image crop to content. File. Export as. To make it easier to find, I'm going to put it in downloads. And LitlClutch. Oh, caps lock. Clutches or clutches. Star Trek crew. PNG. Export. There we go. There's my options. I think it stands out which ones we went with really well, right? You can tell that we went with Detmar, Hoshi, Seven, Data, Odo, Balana, the Doctor, T'Pol, and Janeway. Feel like I should have made the others darker yet. They stand like some of these stand out a little too much still. All right. Oh, that's way too dark. Is there hardness force? I don't know how to fix it like that. Boo. All right, so if we turn that layer off, that's all we have. Okay, on this one, we could definitely do just print opacity, say 72%, the whole thing. Darkens all the non-selections up pretty good, and then I just have to come in and delete the ones that are on my selection. Boop. 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 Oh yeah, now they stand out really well. Now they stand out really well. Okay. File. Huh, it's not letting me. Like I thought I tried lightening it up a little bit. It's not letting me. And I don't want it to go through and do the cutout again. All right. So I just thought that the ships were a little bit dark, but it gets the point across. People looking at the image, they can see it if they want. All right. File. We'll do that as the export. I'll have to go with export to the same spot. Thank you. All right. Oh. Yeah, discard the changes. There we go. But that was a decent selection. Thanks for sharing that. Oh, you DM'd me your versions. Okay. So your first version. Red outline actually, I think, is an even better way of doing it. Damn you. All right. So you went with Voyager, Master Chief, Kelvin, Sulu, Detmar. You got 2 pilots there. Then you got Hoshi and 7. Great choice. Data. Great choice. Who's your security then? Because you don't really have a security officer. Then you went with Tucker, the Doctor, Riker, and Janeway. Good option. Very good options. Riker was my 3rd choice after Kira. My first choice would have been T'Pol and Kira, depending on the mission, and then Riker would be regardless of the mission. Riker was my second choice. Ah, Shepard for the Chief of Security. Okay. Can't argue with your selections. I wish I had thought about outlining it in red myself. And your other option, Janeway, T'Pol, Crusher, Tor. You just selected all the cute girls. You got Fed Shep, you got Kelvin Uhura, you got Hoshi, 7, Ezra Deck, Kess. We'll pretend it's the long hair Kess for you. Then you got T'Pol, Crusher, and Balada, and Janeway. You just went with a pure. You went with the harem choice. And let me guess, you're the only male officer on the entire ship. Yeah. Decent options all around. Now, your Shepard only has human powers, though. They don't get all that technology and super Shepard abilities you get from Mass Effect. So you don't got any of that. What is it they have there? The gravity manipulation, mass manipulation stuff. Some other guys that make it look good. Oh god. Yeah, that makes sense. You gotta look good by comparison, right? I respect the choices. Tell you what, I'll be on the crew, but I get Hoshi. I'll make you look good to the rest, but Hoshi, no. Decent selections. Again, it really depends on the mission you're doing, though, right? Like, who you would bring with you would be completely dependent upon what mission you're going on. I put far too much work into doing that. I wish you had mentioned, why not just circle them? What is that thing? Where are we? Yeah, you know what? I don't have enough time to start another run. Let's go. We're going to leave this. We'll keep with the Star Trek theme, though. I got other Star Trek games we can mess around with. And look, we made it back to Earth. Ah, the beautiful desktops. All right. And then... let's see. For Star Trek games... no. Is it going to mess up? Yeah. Shoot. I don't know. Does anybody know, while I'm streaming, can I change my desktop resolution? This might, if this drops the stream, I'm sorry, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. If you haven't hit the follow button yet, do. I stream almost every day, depending on my nerve damage and how bad the pain is. And if I have any appointments or anything. But I stream every other day, and we actually play through our games. We just beat Star Wars Outlaws. We just beat Star Trek Across the Unknown. And we're going to be starting some really great games. Like, here's a hint at what might be coming. If you can see it in there, anything of you're interested in, maybe follow. We've already, mind you, we finished Witcher 3. We might go back for the DLCs. But Planet of Lana 2, we're playing that this weekend, probably Sunday. And we're playing Aphelion, what is it? Did I remember to install it? I thought I did. We're going to be playing some... oh, I haven't installed it yet. Okay. Yeah, it's Aphelion. We're going to be playing this on Saturday.
Mayday! Mayday! Code 1 to mission control, we're falling! Thomas, the ship's breaking apart! There's no time! Evacuate! Now! Thomas, come in!
Ariane.
And tomorrow's Saturday, so we're playing this
for
tomorrow.
your world, to save mankind. And I'll always love you for that.
I'm playing Lana 2 on Sunday, and probably going to be doing like a ship exploration game or a colony game for next week. Whoa, that was close.
Thomas, wherever you are, I'll find you.
That's so much different than the trailer I saw that got me interested in the game. That sounds bad. He found some kind of xenomorphic badass. What's this one? That was the reveal trailer.
Hello?
Was this from his side? Oh, it's freezing?
That wasn't in my head. There is something here. Thomas.
Mission Control. The Hope 1 shuttle has crashed on Persephone. I lost contact with Dr. Montclair.
Hang on, Thomas.
Survive on an uncharted planet. Find each other.
I got this.
Oh, shit.
That's a lot of blood. Hide.
I'm not alone.
What the hell?
What is that black thing? Is it technology?
Crap, no!
I'm looking forward to this, guys. This looks so good. One journey.
Control.
One last chance.
Copy.
No way back.
Holy shit. What are you?
That's got to be tech, right? That can't be organic. Or maybe techno-organic, but like that's some kind of machine. A game in collaboration with the European Space Agency, by the looks of it. All right. I thought I already had that installed. That's Saturday, if not Sunday. Because we're also going to be doing Planet of Lana 2 this weekend. Which, if we go to the store page real quick, before we start playing anything. Because we're going to be playing another Star Trek a game. We played through the first one, so I figured we should play through the sequel. The Odyssey continues. They just smacked that old man in the head? Planet of Fauna 2. Children of the Leaf. Looks good. The first game was a lot of fun. So I was looking forward to that this weekend. So those are the two plans for this weekend. They each should be one stream, so it'll be a lot of fun. All right, let's give it a shot though. If the stream does, guys, thank you so much for being here, but we'll find out in a second. 1920 by 1080. Keep it. It looks like it didn't die. We're good. All right. So now when I go Star Trek Remastered. Oh, I'm out of water. What? It shouldn't. It just needs to be at 1080p. Try this one. There we go. This one worked just fine.
Captain's personal log, stardate 54303.1.
We don't need that. We're just going to do a quick battle. Alright, and then we can pick setup. Alright. Player and region. Okay, we're going to be deep space. They got us set to a galaxy class right now. We do Romulan star bases, Klingon, Fetty, outposts. We got dry dock. We got Deep Space Nine. A Borg starbase. Looks gnarly. All right. Let's look at some Federation ships. There's the Akira and the Battle class. We got Ambassador class. We got the Kali class, the Tactical Mod one. Centaur and Challenger. We got the Cheyenne, the Constellation, and the Curry, which is stupid. The Defiant, the Dunderstadt. But what we're here for today is because we're going to be putting an Intrepid against a Luna class. Riker's first ship was the Titan A, and the Titan A was a Luna class. So the difference is, how's that fit on screen for you again? Oh yeah, it fits good. Okay, so we're going to be fighting basically the difference of 13 Type 10 phasers at 80 petajoules per blast, and 4 Type 6 photon torpedoes at 312 per warhead, with 6,000 hull and 3,600 shielding front, dorsal, and ventral, but 2,400 port, starboard, and aft. So our top, bottom, and front are 3,600 shields. Our left, right, and back are 2,400. Sensor range 1,500 kilometers and 5,500 kph speed. Whereas there's the Luna class, 5,000 kph, 2,100 kilometer range sensors, has 9,000 hull versus the 6,000, 5,400 shields forward, top, and bottom, 3,600 left, right, and back. So it's got better shielding. A lot better shielding in hull. 450 meters versus 344 meters. So it's a little bit bigger. But it only has 8 Type 11 phasers doing 100. So 20 more damage per phaser blast. And the torpedoes are 350, I think it says. Yeah, so the torpedoes are 38 more per torpedo. It looks like it has 6 aft, 4 forward. So technically, this is a little bit closer. We'll play it both sides real quick. Intrepid versus Luna. And all right. And then we need Federation versus the Luna class as an enemy. All right, let's start it up. All right. What is it? Condition red light. Oh shit! I hit the wrong button. Weapons, shields, sensors, power is on. They got freaking quantums. Did you see that? Speed up. All right, let's go for their shield generators, maybe. Voyager doesn't have quantums.
The bottom shield is draining, sir.
All right, we
Sir,
need to.
we are draining their top shield.
Yeah, but our shields are kind of messed up more. Roll, roll, roll. Oh, roll the other way.
Tractor beam has been disabled, Captain.
Oh, shit, that hurt.
Hull integrity at 75%.
Oh, we are outmatched for sure. Look at our shields. Oh, okay, that hurt. Those quantums are devastating. Get up. Come on, I got hit their ass. Oh, they're doing a good job keeping their bottom from me. Yeah, they've won. They kicked our ass. It didn't help that I forgot I hit the wrong button. It took me a moment to remember my
Ship
buttons.
has been destroyed. Ending simulation.
That was so one-sided. All right, quick combat. The Luna class, I guess 50% more hull and like 40% more shields. It's hard to overcome. All right, so player this time. I guess I'll be the Luna class. I should actually redo it again the other way, but okay, delete you. Put the Intrepid as the enemy class. Oh, you know what I didn't think of? It's Voyager, right? It should have a Delta Flyer. There we go. So I'll redo that last one as me with a Delta Flyer as well. But now I look at my side. I got, there we go. Oh, wrong button. There it is. Shields up. Weapons up. Sensors up. All right. Target the Intrepid. And go.
Engaging to destroy, Captain.
Go for its
Sir, we are draining
torpedoes.
Sweeping through phaser arcs.
Their bottom shield is draining, sir.
All right, this is their statuses up there. Quantum torpedoes, torpedoes.
Sir, the right shield has failed.
All right, we've almost took out their aft torpedoes. They gave us a bit of a nosebleed with one of their torpedo shots. Quantums!
Target hull integrity at 50%.
I didn't realize this ship had 2 quantum torpedoes as well. I forgot about that. Waiting for our rear torpedoes to load. They're loading. Fire! All right. Let's go for its 4 torpedoes. It's about to be destroyed. Quantums! Not even close.
Simulated enemy ship has been destroyed.
And the Delta Flyer can't take our phaser fire.
Simulated enemy ship has been destroyed. That's it. We got him.
The Luna class is much tougher than I realized. Okay, hold our camera back a little bit. Wait, it should be in the we did take some damage, but no systems were actually completely knocked offline.
Red alert.
I forgot to go red alert last time. All right. There should be a way back to the bridge itself.
Cancel red alert.
So shift 1's green alert.
Red alert, shields up.
Shift 3 for red alert. And going back inside. No, that's here we go. Commander and combat. Quick start setup. All right. So if we make us the Intrepid, and then we move, delete that, but we put the Delta Flyer as a friendly ship. The Protostar's on here? The Protostar compares to Voyager? That feels wrong. We could redo the ransom. You know what? Here's an idea. Okay, yeah. Voyager. We'll do the one more shot at the me taking out the Luna. I don't think we're going to be able to. It's way stronger than I realized.
Red alert, shields up.
Extra power, extra power, extra power.
Sir, another ship is on a collision course with us.
Okay, we need to take out its quantum torpedoes.
Shields are at 75%.
Sir, we are draining their top shield.
Shields are at 75%.
Oh, I did some damage to the torpedoes, but they're not gone.
Hull integrity at 50%.
Oh, we are foobarred. We've almost knocked them out. Gotta rotate our top shields towards them.
Target hull integrity at 75%.
Hey, puppy. Hey, Leela. How's her first haircut? Wasn't supposed to be this short, but the woman said she had to because it was natty. It wasn't. We brushed her regularly. Her belly was, though. So this is Ensign Layla's new haircut. You're such a good boy. You look so much like your daddy now. Look at her little face. Yeah. So we're going to have to let her hair grow out. We wanted it to be at least twice as long. She's still super soft, though. So that's nice.
The ship has been destroyed. Ending simulation.
So even with a Delta Flyer helping, the Intrepid class completely outguns the Luna class completely outguns the Intrepid. Let's see. I've seen an Intrepid take down a Nebula class, but if we look at the Nebula class here, 5,400 shields. It's like similar numbers to the Luna. Doesn't have the quantums. Let's see. The Neo Constitution, which is the new Enterprise, is comparable to the Luna. It's slower though, 4,500 kph. Its phasers though do 120 petajoule blasts instead of 80. Like Voyager's only doing 80 damage per blast with each phaser. Has 13 of them and all, great, but then its photons are only 312. The Neo Constitution, which is the new Enterprise after season 3 of Picard, 120 per phaser, has 12 phasers, and 425 per torpedo. You know what? Let's see if a Nebula class, or no, the Neo Constitution. It doesn't have quantums though, but its normal warheads are a lot stronger. The quantums do 600. So I'm going to fly a Luna and see if we can beat the new Enterprise.
Red alert, shields up.
Extra power to shields, weapons, and sensors, or engines there. All right, let's try to take its torpedoes out. Accidentally hit the camera button. We have similar shields and similar hull. It's coming down to what's better, me with a couple quantums, or him with a much more powerful normal photons and just normal phasers.
The bottom shield is draining, sir.
I forgot to fire my quantums. I hit the wrong button. Okay, coming around for quantum blast. Oh, spacebar is what takes you in and out of the bridge. I wasn't sure.
Sir, their aft shield is draining.
Alright, we got Quantum Skill almost loaded, and we got Forward Photons. Oh, we're doing system damage! My best shield's the top shield.
Target hull integrity at 50%.
Oh! Those quantums really are the leveler of grounds.
Hull breaches on multiple decks.
torpedo should be coming up any second. We got him.
Simulated enemy ship has been destroyed. That's it. We
And
got him.
if I move to the other side so you can see better, they barely did any, like, our shields are pretty much pressured hard, but they didn't do much to us. Right. Is there, where is it? Report?
I have nothing to
Sir,
add, Captain.
we're about to collide with a large mass of debris.
Oh yeah, we don't want to hit the, whoops, let's just fire a torpedo for no reason. Damage report.
Captain. All stations, damage report.
Impulse engines are fully functional. Warp engines fully functional, Captain.
Phaser array is fully functional. Torpedo system is fully functional, Captain. Sir, our tractor beam projector has been damaged.
Sensor system is fully functional.
Hull integrity at 100%. Shields are at 75%.
And look, this, our forward torpedo launcher was at, what, 70%? Vertical phasers took a little damage. Our hull took a tiny bit of damage. So, you know, all in all, our warp core took like 1% damage. All in all, not bad. Now, we are on batteries, so we should go back down to...
Stand down weapons. All stations, yellow alert.
Yellow alert should still have shields up. Now, I forgot to try to redirect. We could have went, like, defensive mode. Or all power to forward shields. Or offensive mode. Balanced. Battle standard. Just the way you route power. But it's kind of sad that in the future, to the point, like at the end of Star Trek Picard, the ship that LitlClutch just took out, that I just took out as the LitlClutch, that's the new Enterprise after Star Trek Picard. Does that not seem a little bit weak? Like Riker's first ship can kick its ass? I gotta say, I'm a little surprised the that's supposed to be like that. I'm a little surprised that the quantum torpedoes made up that big a difference. I thought for sure with the torpedoes being such, like the phasers were doing way more damage per phaser blast, and the torpedoes were doing like, instead of doing 350, the torpedoes were like 425, and instead of doing 100, they're doing 125 per phaser, I think it was, or 120. So I thought that might be enough. Because otherwise they had the same hull and the same shielding. And yet, the Neo-Constitution got its ass kicked. But we're going to call it there for today, guys. We'll be back tomorrow, like I said, with Aphelion. And on Sunday, we'll be doing Planet Lana 2. So if you guys want to watch that, make sure you hit that follow button, put it on a reminder or something, and we'll see you guys then. So a less dangerous question then. The best captain one. Thoughts on the commanding officer's chair being in the center of the room? Personally, I want everyone in front of me so I can oversee the bridge better. Yeah, but, if you're a captain, you really got to trust your crew. Right? Like, it's not your job to be babysitting them and watching their every action. I kind of like Enterprise, the NX class bridge. Voyager's bridge is pretty good as well. You got your two stations, you got your con and your whatever in front of the captain. So if you have to get up and do something, you or your first officer could get up in an emergency and go right to them, no obstructions. And then you got your tactical and your sciences in their own station behind, right? And your commanding officer is right beside you. Equal spacing on the... Is with Voyager equal spacing, or is it one and then one on each side? I thought it was just the two on Voyager's bridge. Let's find out. Voyager... Star Trek Voyager... Bridge. Hey, puppy. Any puppies? Yeah, it's the two bridges, the two-seater, right? What's good about this is you have controls to do stuff if you need to, but it also gives you, like, you're able to talk. You can confer privately with your second in command, which gives you a nice way of deliberating and like if you need to figure out something. Like there's the whole bridge right there, right? I don't remember there being the arm stools there or whatever. Like I thought it was well. It's similar enough to that. So that's not too bad. Like, there's the original series. I don't like the idea of directly behind. From the behind into the sides, it's easy to hear, but, like, your comms officer is completely in your blind spot. I don't like. Is that really how Voyager was? I don't remember the railings. And it was just the one. I feel like that con for Harry is the wrong spot in that picture. That's a Lego Voyager bridge. I like the idea of the science and the con. They're just a look to your left or look to your right. You're great. And then the engineering one. I like Voyager's bridge. I think the Enterprise, like the Galaxy class bridge, is too much of a waste of space. My favorite of the bridges is the NX class bridge, though. What if we just said Star Trek bridges? Like there's the Galaxy class. I like the Galaxy's class. You got navigation and some sensors there, and then you got like science here. Like that's not too bad. I don't like Worf standing behind overseeing stuff and the sciences. It's a long ways to go around to get up to them. Don't love the back half of this bridge. It's got lots of rooms that can be changed for like extra science stations there, which is great. But because they're all the way behind, I don't love them. Is this one of for all? Okay. See if we can find a bigger version of that. Bridges 22nd to 23rd and 24th. Yeah, the NX. I really like the NX Enterprise bridge. It's much more close quarters. You got a bunch of science, like extra stations if you need them. You got a place where you can all go back and like a CNC area to oversee like fleet engagements or whatever you need to talk about, right? You got your security, you got your communications and science, and then you got your helm. I like the NX bridge. NX Columbia's bridge is basically the same. Enterprise bridge, I already told you how I don't like the way it's set up. Is there really a difference between these two bridges? I don't think there is. Yeah, NCC 1701. Is this supposed to be like the Enterprise B? It's got 2 turbo lifts by the looks of it. There's the C there. 2280s. Don't worry about that. Don't love the Reliant Bridge. The Garrison. The Saratogas. Saratoga Bridge isn't too bad. I don't like the position of the con office, the communications directly behind the captain. It would be better, like, right over here. Again, you don't want to have to completely turn around. So here's the Enterprise A. So this is the movie setup for the Enterprise A. I do like that one. Again, nobody's directly behind the captain. You got extra stations as needed. And then you got your science to right there, and then you got your navigations and con officer right in front of you. So you can do a lot right there. I like this setup. Because he's like these are two navigating and fighting, right? So that's a great. I love Enterprise A's bridge. The Excelsior's trying to expand on that, and it's got this weird spot here. I'm not sure what that's. Is that supposed to be like a CNC area, like on the NX, maybe? It's not bad. I think this bridge did it better. And then we got Enterprise B. Big station for 2 people directly behind the captain. He's going to have to swivel all the way around to be able to see him or talk to them well. Not a good setup.
in my opinion. That's up to B. All right, and then we come back. We go on. This is the Enterprise C's bridge. I don't mind it, but what's this station supposed to be? Like, you got auxiliary stations at the back, great. I don't see a spot for tactical or science. Like, there's not enough spots on this bridge. Too many people just standing there. Unless you think it's just the captain and the navigation and con officer. Stargazer is kind of the same setup, but it's a much smaller ship, so it kind of makes sense. I'm not sure what the Raven was. Is that what 709's parents' ship, I think, right? Makes sense that this has no captain spot. It's a private navigation, a private science ship, right? So you got a navigator, and then you got 4 science bays. Makes sense. The Hathaway, I can't remember what the Hathaway's class is offhand. Don't like this bridge either way. This is a bad bridge. It looks like the captain is sitting beside the con. You have a tactical directly behind. 2 stations, I don't know what. 2 stations up here, who knows what. And then all of these is like more auxiliary stations that can be whatever you want them to be, I bet. Because that's kind of what the Enterprise is. This wastes so much space that you have to come around and come around. I think the Enterprise D's bridge is good from here forward. But this sweeping arc, it's very pretty, but it doesn't make a lot of sense. Plus, your tactical officer should have like a stool or something. Because in a fight, they're going to get flung all over the place. A Saratoga. Saratoga's bridge is pretty good. Nice, close-quartered, not a lot of space wasted. You got a bunch of science stations in the back. You got, looks like 2 stations to either side. The only time you have something behind you is if you're probably like going around after the fact to research something. Saratoga's bridge is pretty good in my opinion. All right. And then, of course, you got the Danube class runabouts. I love a Danube class runabout. One of my favorite ships, honestly. It's like the RV of space. Did they have it cramped quarters? Why is this one so like they crushed? They brought up the transporter to be like immediately behind. That doesn't make sense. Maybe the difference of whether or not you have the weapons pod. So that kind of looks like a tactical spot. I don't love the design of this, but overall, this here is pretty decent. All right, this one is the Prometheus. No one directly behind the captain. I like it. Got 2 stations in front. I'd say this arm should be to the right rather than copy-paste, kind of like the Enterprise. But they're both from the one side. Not that it really matters, right? It's just aesthetics. Then you got, it looks like tactical or a science station to either side. And then you got 4 auxiliaries. It looks like people, the only downside to this, if whatever this is this like the captain's quarters or not the captain's quarters, like the captain's waiting room, or is that like a briefing room? Depends what's behind this. If that's the turbo lift, I don't like it. If this is the turbo lift, no, that's the entrance to the bridge. I remember now from the show. It means you're completely exposed if somebody's boarding the bridge. That's not great. Personally, I think the captain's waiting room should always be to the back of the bridge, and turbo lift should always come from the front of the bridge. Anytime someone's coming up onto the bridge, should be in view of most of the people, and especially the tactical officers and security. Because you don't want to be, like, nobody would see people coming onto the bridge, right? All right, and then we got Voyager here. You got your turbo lift. Only 1 turbo lift? I'm surprised there's not two turbo lifts. Because it looks like there's a spot for another turbo lift right here, and then you have, like, conference room and captain's waiting room. But look at that. See, you have 2 auxiliary. So here's your navigation officer. Here's your pilot. You got your captain and first officer, or whoever you want to sit there. You got Harry Kim's spot over here and Tuvok's spot over here. But these are good spots for spot for auxiliary stations in front of view of everybody others. I like that. And those are like spots with a chair. And then you got the big auxiliaries in the back as well. So I do like Voyager's bridge. And there's the Galaxy class. Again, my problem with this is the main way people get on. It shows that there is a turbolift right beside the captain's waiting room. We've never really seen that used. And this takes us to these takes you towards the conference rooms that they use all the time. But to go out the main way, like, you have to get up, come around. No, I didn't mean to zoom out. Apologies. Enterprise D. But this is Enterprise D. Oh. So this is the initial Enterprise that we saw on the show. Up to 2360. And then this is like maybe towards Generations. They expanded on it, added another turbo lift. These consoles right here on the side. 2 spots and 2 spots. I like the way these are laid out. I don't like that there's a tactile. But this spot and this spot seems really nice. What was the other one showed as? Yeah, the other one doesn't have anything. Although, you got a spot, 2 doors down here. In the new one, it showed it as a turbo lift and the captain's waiting room. Maybe at this point, one of these is the bathroom, so you can go to the refresher and take a leak. This version of the Enterprise D, the 2370 version, I like this. I like these extra spots, kind of inspired by Voyager. If one of those is tactical, all the better. I don't want Worf standing there at the back. I don't like it. And I think we're about to see one of the best bridges here, guys. We're at the Defiant. The Defiance bridge. Everybody in front of the captain. I don't mind it here. And then it's got the chair that I can fully swivel around. The only thing I don't like about this, bridge access is from completely behind the captain. I would say this should be pulled back so that people entering the bridge... but then they're kind of in view. I don't know. I'd say the bridge access should be from the side if possible. So swap the bridge access doors with this station. So you have 2 in front and the pilot. And then you have back into the right, back to the left. So you can just... And remember, this chair fully turns 360, right? Because you could turn around to talk to the 3D hologram communications thing here. And I think this kind of has like an Enterprise... Yeah, this is kind of like a conference room, like a CNC space back here where you can plan and go over stuff if you really want to. I like the Defiance bridge, except for, like I said, people coming in from behind you, they can get the jump on you. So I would want these to move up here. So the hall would go do, and in, and then right here would be a science section. That's the only difference I'd make. All right, this is the Prometheus bridge. Captain's a few steps above. We got con and navigation to side each other again. We got 4 places. Prometheus looks like it's a nice little bridge. Similar, not quite as tight as that. It's a bit of a waste of space here. They got ways they can get on from the front. They don't have to go past the captain, but the captain has as well. And look, captain's waiting room, turbo lift directly opposite from the sides. Nothing from behind. No blind spot. I like it. All right. What do we have at the bottom here? All right. We have the Equinox. This is Ransom's ship. It was a Nova class, which is a ship I actually like. Nothing behind. People come on from the sides, Captain. Okay. You got your turbo lift and your captain's waiting room. It looks like there's one spot there, but it looks like it's one chair and the console's split. So navigation and con. And then you got command, captain, and first officer. Let's see how it's labeled out here. Yeah. Oh, no, there's 2 chairs. Okay. And then you got your chairs. I like this bridge. This way it gives the captain and the first officer a way to communicate. I think the only thing that should be different is that there should be a swing out computer system for both so that they both have access to extra information on the ship or whatever else they want to pull up there. They should have a tactical computer that either swings out, I think swings out from the center and kind of covers their lap for both of them.
That way it kind of works like a little bit of a seatbelt. So you're not flung around, and it gives you something you can do more. You can give orders to people without having to shout it. That way, your people running your ship on the bridge aren't distracted. I like the Nova class bridge. The Equinox had a good bridge. Oh my god, look at the size of this bridge. This is a waste of space. Again, you got 2 turbolists coming up, but they're from behind. You're going to be completely blindsided to people coming on the bridge. These should be more... I'd say have these rotated forward a bit and this one more back so that they're more from the side. This is the Enterprise E. This is the Sovereign bridge. Okay, at least it's got seats for the tactical and the science. It's got the captain and 2 command. And then you got 2 more. What are these for? So first officer and a tertiary option. And then you got navigation and con. I'd say this chair, maybe get rid of it. If that's the captain's chair, if you get rid of this chair and bring these 2 together, captain can be either one of those, and then they have both captain and commander have access to extra things they can be doing. Like if the captain's busy taking commands, he could be number 1, look into this other thing that's going down here in the system, and then he could be looking into it, right? Or if he's like, number 1, I know what's going on, I need to access some files, take command of the bridge, he can then go into systems. But as it is, if he's behind those systems, behind those chairs with no access, that's a waste. The captain should have access to computer systems at his console. Otherwise, it's a little bit of a waste of space, but pretty well done. I'm not sure about this station or this station where people have to stand. But other than that, it's pretty decent. I don't mind it. I'd almost say that the whole concept of the bridge being accessed from behind. Okay, so that's the first movie of the Sovereign. This is after 2370s. This is the next time, I guess. They got a carpet redone. Still Sovereign class. It's basically the same. Different colored carpet. Like, is there any other differences on there? They're identical. Why put it on there? It's just a change of carpet. That's literally the only difference is the carpet color by the looks of it. Oh, sorry. It looks like they might have hollowed out the branch to be a Y rather than a single solid piece. And this, like the way it connects to the ground, it looks like the terminals are slightly different connections. Yeah, I don't see the point of those. Okay, the USS Sao Paulo. That's a nice bridge. Again, I have a problem with the access coming from behind. The Sao Paulo is a Defiant class, though, right? That's basically a Defiant. Yeah, check out this tactile right behind here. She would need to have something where it's she can kind of like stand at rest, where it's like a pole taking the weight or something, in my opinion. But I don't love, like I said, I don't love directly behind. And that's not what they didn't even show that properly down here. They just copy pasted the Defiance. They didn't update it to have this station. It's not bad though. Okay, the Pasteur. Oh my god. The Pasteur's a medical ship. This is the ship from the future where Crusher is the captain. It's a medical relief ship. Navigator has a lot they're doing. Whoever's sitting in this chair is dealing with a lot of different shit. It looks like they might be navigation, con, and tactical, and science all in one. And then you have like 5 or 6 directly behind the captain. 6 stations. Oh my god. No, this is... I get they're trying to minimize the crew they need for it, but that's horrible. And then, of course, the relativity is this weird sideways shape. This doesn't make sense to me as a bridge layout. More of a tactical room as some part of a station. But they say it's part of the USS Relativity. You got your temporal transporter. You got your temporal science and or temporal navigation and scanners. I don't know what this is supposed to be. It looks like there's a hallway that just comes down here and then walks off. So maybe they don't use turbolifts. Maybe it's all ramps, kind of like on Orville. Mostly ramps. I'm guessing this is like, this backspace is probably, I was going to say like maybe a transporter that's non-temporal. Because this was the time transporter. I don't know. I don't love the relativity. It doesn't make sense on a ship. Makes sense if it's part of some facility on the ground that's doing the management of it, or part of a space station. Or if this isn't even, maybe that's not the bridge, but this is the temporal control room on a ship, and the ship's bridge is its own thing. That's what this weird path leads to, right? The downside to this, though, is people coming in are coming from behind you, for the most part. This would need to be secured with people facing it on both sides, right? But maybe this is beside the bridge, and then you come out here and it takes you to the bridge. I think this is a bad layout for a bridge. Good layout for just like a monitoring station, though. You got your temporal monitoring, your temporal transporters, whatever this might be. Maybe access to computer logs. And like this is basically like a science and research station. And this is temporal tracking. All right. That's cool. And I think that's all of them. They got closer views of all of them, it looks like. Starfleet and Earth shuttle cockpits. Janeway's shuttle from 2404. Very cramped space. I like the shape of the Voyager's shuttles, though. Like this shape here. It's just a small little two-seater shuttlecraft, but I liked it. I did not love this shuttlecraft from Next Generation. It was too bulky and clumsy looking. Oh, okay, here we go. We got one of my favorites here. We got the Danube. This seems too cramped for a Danube. I don't think we ever saw that on a station. I always thought this was further back. Like, not quite this far back. This one definitely added a tactical. But I swear there was one, like, when we see it in the show, this is not that close. This is more like right where this door is. Or at, like, maybe the front of it at the front, this door point. So that would be, like, right here. Because the noobs aren't that claustrophobic. And then, of course, you got the Delta Flyers. This is the crew space in the back. The emergency medical station on it. Do they got the Delta Flyer cockpit? 2 different Delta Flyer cockpits. You got the pilot up front. You got your sciences, and then your con and tactical navigations. I like this shuttle. The Delta Flyer was really cool. It looks like this one's a little longer to me for some reason. An Ares 4. Oh, is this that one? They found the Ares 4 inside that rift? That's what it was like? Okay. And the Phoenix. We saw that in the movie. I'm surprised they don't have the shuttle pod from Enterprise. Look how many different Galaxy class style ones there are here. Ooh, I do not like that. Trying to do the Stargate pain thing. It doesn't fit. Like, this is an attractive site. This is all wasted space, in my opinion. Like, and look how much wasted space in front of these guys. In front of the consoles there. What is that one? Galaxy USS Odyssey? I kind of dig this. It's much smaller. It wastes less space. The captain's got its own unique kind of chair. The only thing is, I'm not sure about the 2 chairs being behind the captain.
if you're going to do that, move them up to these consoles so that whoever's manning these consoles can have a seat. And then you still got the central tactical. But like I said, I like it when whoever's sitting beside the captain can also access computers. Like right here, this thing turns to face. Yeah, you can see it right there. See, this is a computer interface device. You see Riker use it several times on the Enterprise. He just flips this around and accesses it to do something. And the captain's got a little bit on his chair. I think it should be more robust than that, but only so much you can fit it on a chair, right? The Ex-Artist Scientia. I like the Galaxy class with the extra stations on the side. And it looks like they gave a stool finally to the tactical officers so they're not standing. I like that one. I don't love the turbolift. The turbolift should be coming from the front to the side so that they can't get the jump on anybody. Well, I like that there's a front turbolift, and then the captain's got his private room, and then you got the briefing rooms. That's a pretty good one. Anyways, that was fun, guys. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'm sorry I went late. I didn't realize the time. I got really into the ships. Thank you so much for stopping by and watching, everybody. Until next time, stay happy, stay healthy, and stay awesome. I'll see you guys in the future. Till next time, everybody. Bye for now.